are going to start now. My name is Dudu Buana. I am Development and Transformation Specialist within the where we also do training, grant support for accreditation, project support. I am with my colleagues here, Dumi at the back, Mandla, and the national colleagues and our interns. Welcome to this project session. Hope you are going to have a great time with Henry and his team. We, for areas of relief, they are this side, okay? And our tea break and lunch.
We are starting now. I think we'll push to about
11 for tea break.
for tea break.
And it's 1 o'clock, is that?
Lunch, maybe
12:30, okay, fine. So this is a 3-part session, and Friday it's going to be basically ODA accreditation. We do have material that we provided. It was the stock that we have at the office, and if you don't have all the manual, but the desk have manuals. You are in and you don't have manual, please come sit where there are manuals. You will see that the handouts that Henry is referring to, they have information. So these manuals are basically your reference. Yes, because some of you requested for last week, there is also an to social housing manual that we have provided. So there are going to be other trainings for the new financial year dealing with client services, property management, and tenant management. So if you will be available for those trainings, also we do have some manuals that we have in the office. So I'm just going to hand over to Henry so that I can do his magic. Henry, for tomorrow, are we providing email?
yeah, so for tomorrow, they can bring laptops.
Okay. Tomorrow, if you can bring your laptops, we are going to email Quick Scan C for you so that you are able to work using your laptops.
Thanks, Dudu, for that introduction. I'm not used to talking through a mic, but I've been told this is being screened. So the means of transmission is this mic. Welcome to the project packaging workshop. My name is Henry Chitsulo. I know some of the people here. I've been involved with project packaging for the 5 years. And I've got my colleague here, Komotso. We've been doing this together. We come from an investment banking background, and we have been involved in developments as well. But what we want to do the next 3 days, we want to make this very informative and very interactive. I had this to be what we call sage on the stage, where I keep on talking and everybody's just listening. It's like going to a church and the pastor says everything and we are all waiting to get that those donations that they then require after the service. And this is why I find that one of the best performing investments now are churches, tax-free. Just kickstart. Do we have any accredited social housing institution? Any accredited social housing institutions or conditionally accredited social institutions. Okay? Aspiring. That's good. So how many have we got? And 2. Thank you. And have we got any ODAs? It's what we call other delivery. Any ODAs? No ODAs. Okay? We've got ODAs. Now, we want to make this informative. And I know that we all come from different backgrounds. We might have some engineers, we might have some town planners, we might have some bankers, we might have some technical people. And let's be patient, because we are all not at the same level. And feel, or don't be ashamed to ask questions. We're here to make this interactive, we're here to make this a helpful session. So let's ask as many questions as we can, so that after the end of the day, benefit from the next for the next 3 years. When it comes to property development, whether an SHI or whether you are an ODA, and a number of you attended the introduction. How many attended the introduction session last week? Okay, all right, thank you. So you all understand the SHI, social housing institutions, whether they are fully accredited or conditionally accredited, or the ODAs, which are your private developers. And we've seen a number of the ODAs. And on Friday, we're going to have ODA accreditation process. Which so in SHI, you still have to come, and just because there is a lot of synergy between the 2 accreditation of ODAs and SHIs. Hope that everybody will be here again by Friday. So let's start by talking about property development. There's always a site that is looking for ideas, and there are ideas that are looking for a site. It's like a marriage. There's somebody that is looking to get a wife, and vice versa. So what we normally find is that a number of the developers, like yourself, are looking for a site. And who normally has sites? Which institutions normally have sites? Municipalities, yes. Have we got anyone from the municipality? I would have loved to get people from the municipality, because they play a vital role. They play a big role when it comes to the property development process. Are you from the city of Johannesburg? No. Oh. Are you from COJ? Okay, all right. So the municipalities play a pivotal role. So what you normally find is that the municipalities have got the land. And by and large, they are looking for somebody to develop that land. And you are looking for the land, and there has to be that, that marriage or that agreement between yourself and the municipality. So very often there's a site that is looking for ideas, and there are ideas that are looking for a site. So today we're going to talk about what is called technically feasible social housing projects. When we say technically feasible social housing project, you know, when we talk about technical, what comes to your mind? What can you think of? When you hear the word technical, do you think of accountants? Do you think of lawyers? Or do you think of engineers? right? You think of your engineers, right? Your town planners, right? Your wet services engineers, you know, your electrical, and many other disciplines. So today we're going to be talking about what is called technically feasible social housing project, which in essence, the SHRA calls that quick scan B. And we're going to be looking at that. What are the ingredients of a successful quick scan B project? For your project to be technically feasible, what should it incorporate? That's what we're going to be doing. And more importantly, we're also going to do some exercises. We're going to do an interesting exercise on town planning. Now, you know, don't be petrified. This is going to be an easy exercise. Have we got any town planners amongst us? Any town planner? Thank you. At least we've got a town planner. Any architects? Thank you. Quantity surveyors, QSs. Good. So, Komoso, we've got a whole suite of professionals, which will be good, especially when we do the quick scan C tomorrow. So, as I mentioned, when we talk about technically feasible social housing project, what does it involve? These are building blocks. Right? Bringing together a project to its fruition. Now, when you start building, be it a house, be it a social housing project, be, you know, this development or this where we are now, where does it start? Think of your house. When you start building your house, what do you start with? You start with the foundation. Yes, you start with the plans, right? You've got your plans, and then what comes next? You lay the foundation. And why is it important to have a foundation that is strong? What happens? Why is the foundation such a keystone when it comes to any development? Because it supports the structure, right? It supports the structure. That's why you want to make sure that you have got the right foundation. You have got the right building blocks. So when it comes to technically feasible social housing project, those building blocks is what we're going to be discussing. The first thing, like what I've mentioned, is that site identification. You want to make sure that you have found the land, right, or a building. So your project can either be what we call a greenfield project, which is virgin land that you're going to be developing from start, or you're going to be doing what is called a brownfield project. A brownfield project typically is where you buy, it could be an existing office block or an industrial building that you are going to convert into social housing project. So first, you have to identify that the land or the building. But you also want to make sure that either the land or the building has got the rights in place. Why is it important to have the rights in place? A number of people spend time. They identify a building or they identify land, especially when it comes to land. They will identify land, and this land is strategically located, close to amenities, close to everything. But what you then find is that that land is zoned agriculture. And what does that mean? If the land is zoned agriculture, it means that you need to what? You need to rezone that land. And typically, how long does a rezoning process take? Sorry? Yes. minimum. So it's important for you to understand that if you are going to be buying land or if you are going to be doing a greenfield project, that the land comes with the rights. The land is zoned. And you'll see we are going to be talking about project readiness. And also we want to make sure that there are services that are available. By services, we're talking about electricity, water, sewer, and we all know the conundrum that we find ourselves in today, electricity. So when it comes to your planning, you need to think of all those things. The worst thing that you want to do is to develop and then you cannot get electricity. What's going to happen? Are you going to attract the tenants? You are not. So you want to make sure that you have got those services available, the electricity, water, sewer, so that after the end of the day, and you'll see why it is important to have those services, because you want your tenants to be able to pay you. And when they pay you, and you'll see that part of the funding structure involves debt. In other words, you need to go and borrow some of the money. The CCG, the Consolidated Capital Grant, I think for a number of you that were here last week for the introduction, the SHRA will provide what is called Consolidated Capital Grant to you, and that amount is 328,680. Exceeds that amount. You are not going to do a development that is going to cost, in total, all in cost, at 328,687. People have tried that, but remember that the development cost includes a number of things. It will include land. It will include construction cost. It will include professional fees. Having your architect, your quantity surveyors, your engineer. A development. When I ask, is it in the restructuring zone, they'll tell you they don't know.
Maybe I could add to the answer there. So PHDS, your priority human settlement zones, those fall under the custody of province and national human settlements, but that covers the whole affordable housing ladder. So it would be gap housing, it would be social housing, anything that human settlement sees to create more affordable. Restructure custody of municipalities. So the municipality to identify those zones, get those zones, and enable for the restructuring zone, broad housing ladder.
Yes.
All right, oral AAs will be then what by directive from. So the two, where's the misalignment? I just want to understand between the to saying the other one has, but are we saying then that AAs we cannot develop? Is that what?
They offer restructuring zones really aimed at identifying areas for social housing. Where they over See, that's fine, but we cannot assume that PhD
I just this we've all heard of mega projects. So in a mega project, you have got your gap housing. You've got these. And within the mega project, you also have social housing. This is a mega project. This, and with that, there is also social housing component. So again, what we are saying is, if you look at your restructured zone, the most important thing is when you have identified land, I think the best thing that you do is either check or with the SHRA to say, does this fall within your restructuring zones? So this is typically, a sample of your restructuring zone. Okay, project must have support from both the municipality and the province. Remember why we've been saying that the municipality is important. We need their support. So you want to make sure that the project goals do you want us to share the discussion? Or? So you just want to make sure that you have got the support from both the province and the municipality. There is what is called the PSC meeting, Provincial Steering Meeting, where the province, your project, and once your project has been approved in the PSC, you get a letter from the approving your project. That letter becomes part of your submission document. You are not the SHRA is not going to approve your project. Got this letter of support from the PSC. Are we all clear? So you need the PSC. And so the type of unit, what we call self-contained units, and minimum should be 30 square meters. We say self-contained. What is self-contained units? Sorry? Yes, so you've got your bathrooms all inside. So it has got to be a minimum of 30. And also what you want is that SHI be either conditionally accredited SHI. And if you're an ODA or other delivery agent, your private developers, the difference is that if you're a private developer and you want to do a project, you need to contribute equity, and the minimum equity required. So if you have 400 million equity, 20%, 50 million rand. If you're an AI, you may, all right, I'm saying this in brackets, you may not be required to contribute any equity provided your project is called the financial performance indicators. So for contribute equity, it must meet performance indicator detail of the key indicators. It is called debt service, and the minimum debt service cover ratio required is 1 point. Maybe for some people who are not from the financial background, what we are saying is, if you are going to be paying back 100 rand, 1,000 rand, your project must generate 1,300 income. We offer, students, when they're doing their calculations, and they'll phone me or they'll phone Professor Veruli and say, you know what, I've done this calculation, it doesn't work, this is nonsense. And what exactly have you done? He says, you know what, I've looked at my monthly income, and this thing doesn't work. And then you say to the student, but has everything been annualized? And then you hear deaf, and the phone. So make sure that these ratios that we're talking about, we're going to be talking about tomorrow, your IRR, right? Your internal rate of return, your debt service cover ratio, everything, those amounts, 12 months. For those that are, yes.
So, thanks, Thomas. So, equity required to be in a form of loan elsewhere. Then contributed there and then pay the loan.
Yes. Is that a follow-up question, or are you, okay. What happened is not only for SHIs or even for ODAs. Remember that the ODAs are required to be 20%. And that 20%, what I've said, on a 100 million project, that's 20 million rand. And that money. You might find that they might have to go borrow that, and that equity could be in a as funding to your DFI to provide that debt that you are getting from a DFI or from the bank does not encumber the property. So you can raise that money from the bank, that money from a DFI, DFIs which were that equity, provided work.
That's a good point to go to the group to say, if you're borrowing money as the difference between that and a normal. So Henry said money, equity. So if you're borrowing it, why don't we just call it, because you're borrowing. The difference contribute as equity versus normal debt. He says it's more expensive. There's a fundamental difference we're looking. Moving in. So normal loan, take everything, your jacket.
Hi, Henry. Thanks for the informative session. Sorry, I'm Kevin. An option on land. Can I get to CCGA stage and buy the land myself, or can I have an option and get to financial and basically start breaking ground whilst on the land, so to avoid the mezz financing option? To avoid the mezz financing option, I basically just use the land from the landowner to this process. Is it possible?
Kevin, so basically the way it works, let's say you are an ODA, and as an ODA, you are required to contribute, and you have got either an OTP with the landowner. So you, typically, your 20%, the price of the land, they become an equity contribution towards the land. Remember, what happens is that your equity has got to go in first. Your equity goes in first. Your it's like to Nedbank, and you are doing a development, whether commercial or residential. What happens is your equity, and when the fund is satisfied that you have contributed the required equity, the debt, and the same with the trust, equity, CCG, and then your debt. And remember, your equity typically is not interest bearing. So it comes in first, and then CCG, which is also interest, and it only comes right at the end. And this is why you find that when it comes to your capitalized interest, your capitalized interest, like, you know, you'll be when you start debt. Does that? So do you want?
I'm not sure if I understood your question, but I think is what stages do you have control of the land? So first application, Henry's gonna go into that and it's the whole project. You must have some control over the land, either if it's an option or maybe a memorandum of agreement. But then once your grant has been awarded, there's two stages. It's called precedent and financial close. So for conditions precedent, you must own, be it that you've transferred it and you've got the title deed, or if it's a lease, you must have the lease finalized and registered at deeds office. So conditions precedent, but your application is or control.
So should I have an option on the land at CCGA accreditation stage? Are you saying that I must show in my how is someone going to show 20% equity? Because it's likely that we would do this through our land securing our equity pool. I'm sure that's how.
Yeah.
That's the way.
So Kevin, what you need to do is, if there's a way of you securing that land, either how you secure that land, the land becomes typically your equity contribution. depending what that land. And remember as well, the SHRA will get an independent valuer to control the land. Let's say bought from the municipality, and you bought this, let's say, land very cheap. You go through the whole rezoning, and then the land is, you have everything. Comes what? And that land today, what is the market value? They will then value at a market value. The market value, let's say, 30,000 rand per opportunity cost, and you are going to be doing 1,000 units, that's 35 times 1,000, that's your equity contribution, 8 million rand. Becomes your equity land. I mean, it's either fully or is unencumbered. You utilize equity contribution.
Questions here, Henry?
My name is just where it is the project must demonstrate support and commitment from the municipality. Now the C meetings, so, do we need per se buy an existing? Does it also falls this PAC to get the support from the municipality, province and the municipality?
Okay. Municipality. Municipal. Town planning, or your plans are approved. Proposed, the new brownfield project. This is where it is located, and then they look at that and we have seen a lot of developments around what we call corridors of freedom. And my friend here, Matt Jackson, in his former glory at the city, he was one of the town planners for one of the corridors of freedom, the Louis Botha Corridor of Freedom, which were a lot of the, you have got all your reavires and all that. And it's important that you are in a transport route. Again, remember, we spoke about that 40 by 40. That's why you need to be closer to amenities, and this is actually very important. And we now need to look at what do we mean by project readiness? At what point can we say that your proposed development is ready for submission to the SHRA? So these are some of the things. The delivery agent should be able to provide confirmation of funding. So what we have said is, if you are going to do a development, how much is the consolidated capital grant? 328,687. Always have this number in your head. 328,687 comes from the SHRA. And your typical development cost per unit, call it roughly 450,000 per unit. So the balance, remember there's a gap. You are only getting 328 and your project is 450. So that gap, if you're an ODA, you contribute 20%. But you might find that even the 20% is not sufficient to cover the gap. So you will still need debt funding. And you then go to your banks, the likes of Nedbank, your DFIs, NEF, NHFC. Anyone from NHFC here? Okay, we hope that NHFC, the proposed housing bank, is going to be doing more when it comes to social housing, and I hope that Mr. Vutula is hearing what I'm saying as the chairman of the NHFC, because we've got the housing bank, and what we have found, especially with SHIs, is that the project is approved by the SHRA. You've got your consolidated capital grant, but you are not able to reach financial closure because you can't get the debt funding. So a number of projects have been approved, but there's no financial closure because you cannot get debt funding. And one of the reasons why SHIs struggle in terms of debt funding is the way the SHIs are structured. Remember that SHIs have got members. You don't have shareholders. So when you go to a bank, the bank would want to see shareholders. Who is going to sign that surety? If you're a member, you're not going to do that. But if you're a shareholder, right, and this is why you even see the likes of NEF, they would fund ODAs than your SHIs. And this is why you find that a lot of the SHI projects, despite being approved by the SHRA, they still need to reach what is called financial closure. So you will need that letter from the bank or from the DFI. And the letter says, we have looked at this. It's called a term sheet. So you get a term sheet. This is what we are going to approve. So you get what is called an indicative term sheet. It will talk about the term of the loan, the amount that they're going to be advancing you, as well as the interest rate. And this is very important, especially when it comes to the interest rate. When you come tomorrow and you do quick scan C, you will see that there is the interest rate that the SHRA also uses, especially when it comes to the debt funding. So you need to be able to tie what the bank is saying if they are going to be funding you at prime plus 1. Prime is currently 10.75 plus 1, your interest rate becomes 11.75. So that 11.75 is then part of your quick scan C, which we are going to go into detail tomorrow. So you'll need that term sheet from the bank. Again, we've mentioned the delivery agent should demonstrate confirmation of land availability. Either you have got an OTP or you have got land availability agreement, or you own the property. So typically, the SHRA process, from date that you submit to approval, you need to look at a minimum of 6 months. minimum. Are we all clear? So if you are to sign an OTP, remember your OTP says you need to issue guarantees. Now, if you say you are going to issue guarantees within 30 days, what's going to happen? After 30 days, you won't be able to issue those guarantees because your project will still be going through what? The SHRA process. So it becomes almost like a conundrum. You are signing an OTP. If you go to the seller and you say, you know what, I'm going to provide you guarantees in 180 days. What will the seller say? No, I've got other people waiting. Now, this is where, so what you normally do is to say, okay, I'm going to give you 90 days. And you know that even within 90 days, your project is not going to what? It's still in the process. But at least, you know, the 90 days gives the seller almost some bit of comfort. And then as you get close to the 90 days, you then tell him to say, no, the SHRA is still going through the processes. It has gone through, you know, it has gone through CAR, it's now going through the, you know, the TEC. It's there. But we're just, we are almost there. And you know what the SHRA have requested? That if you can just extend that OTP for us. And then you go back and then, because I mean he has already been waiting for what? For 90 days. So he says, okay, I'm going to give you another what? Give you another 90 days. So you get another 90 days. And what's going to happen after the other 90 days? You're still waiting for cancel. Right. And then you go again and you say, you know what? We are closed now. It's there. You know, we've heard all these things in Parliament. You've seen, so the council is, you know, a lot of the people in, you know, your sellers might not know the processes. Just tell them that it's, we're just waiting for the minister to sign or something. So there is something happening, so you get another extension. But all what I'm saying to you is you are not going to get your approval with the SHRA in 90 days. I mean, we've gone through this. So our projects, how long did they take? 12 to 18 months. 12 to 18 months. So that's the period that you are looking at. But remember, you can't tell the seller that. He's going to tell you, I've got what? Other buyers already. Right. So you just entice. You know, tell him some good stories. Take him for lunch. Buy him, you know, when he's leaving, bring him a bottle of John Walker Blue and you say, you know, it's still moving. Right? And then by so doing, you tell him that, no, let's keep on walking. That's why I brought you a present. Let's continue walking the process. Be with me in this journey with the SHRA. We are walking together. Okay, so just be mindful of this. And there is potential and there's a reality. And this is the reality. But also you want to be astute when you are, again, we've spoken about, you know, confirmation of approved building plans, EIA, municipal support, bulk services. You all need this, especially when it comes to your greenfield projects. Again, you need your SDP, your site development plan, and your site development plan needs to show that minimum size. What did we say the minimum size is? 30 square meters. Sometimes you get people who say, my unit is only 27 square meters. The minimum should be 30 square meters. Just make sure the SHRA will check that. They are going to check that. They are going to look at your SDP and make sure that you comply. Traffic impact study, especially when it comes to a new project, you need a traffic impact study, and they would require that you have that. You need to have your professional team. And you know what we often hear? When it comes to professional team, I can't find empowered professional team. I can't find a black architect. I can't find a black engineer. How many times do we hear that? So the SHRA is making this one of those key approval processes that you need to ensure that part of your professional team is empowered. And remember, we are not saying, the guy that is going to be doing the painting. No. We are talking of the core professional team. By core professional team, your QS, your PM, your project manager, your architect, your engineers. I mean, part of them, they have to be empowered. I think this is what now, 1994, we are now in 2023, and we still cannot find competent black people. That's just a story. They are there. They are not looking enough, yes. So make sure that if your project hasn't got that, right, don't blame the SHRA. Blame yourself. Because we have got the architect here. Where is the engineer? Don't we have an engineer here? QS? There is a QS. So we have got the team. The team is there. And they're female as well. So let's try to make sure that when it comes to our professional team, and also, what is important is that the professional team must be qualified and experienced. When we say qualified and experienced, what you often find is that when it comes to social housing, you need to get somebody that understands residential development and not high-end residential. We are not talking about waterfall here. Right? We are talking about social housing. And sometimes we often get, people who will have, Bentel Abrahams as their architect. I mean, Bentels, what do they specialize in? Retail. Now you want Bentel to come and design a social housing. So although you have got a professional team that has got the qualifications, they need to understand the product. You can have an architect. It was very interesting. One of the programs that I do with Professor Veruli is a program called Property Development Program, PDP. It's a support program. And we normally get, a team. We normally put people in groups, and we get architects, we get engineers, and very often we want to have that mix. So we had somebody who was an architect. So we put him in a group. And then later he came to me, he says, but I can't do this. So I said, I mean, what do you mean? You have looked, at your, you're a qualified architect. And now you are saying you can't do this project. Why? He says, no, I've never done this. I qualified, I just specialize in prison. That's all what I do. I just do prisons. So you need to make sure that the person, or this architect, this engineer, this QS, right, this project manager, he has done residential or affordable residential. And also that they've got PI cover, professional indemnity. Why do you think it's important to have professional indemnity? Anyone? Sorry? Yes, exactly. Exactly. So you need to ensure that you are covered. Remember, professional indemnity is almost, it's insurance. So you want to make sure that not only have they got a PI cover, but that PI is valid, Amanda, throughout the period that they will be doing your development. Insufficient. And we've spoken about the development cost, and the SHRA now, when you submit your QSC, they now want you to submit a BOQ. So they are looking at you submitting, or your QS, having a BOQ, a bills of quantities. So you need to make sure that you have got all that. So your project readiness criteria that we need to be looking at. Again, we've mentioned about the municipal and provincial the requirements. And then one of the aspects that you need to provide is what is called a demand study or a market study. And this market study must be specific to your project. And you know what happens with a lot of us? When we are asked to do a demand study or a market study, where do we go? On our computer? And who do we consult? Dr. Google. And say, flare off, what can I get? And then you get all these, the state agents giving you rentals and all that. So what you want is to do a demand study specific to your project. And sometimes so what you need to do is to appoint a qualified research company, Demacon, Lightstone, Finridge, Urban Studies. They do these demand studies. And sometimes we want to go through the cheaper route and try to get someone, like an estate agent to do this. But remember, they need to go into detail. And that demand study, you need to read it. And because it's going to tell you, in terms of your LSM, in terms of your prospective tenants. The worst thing that you want to do is to ignore your demand study. We have had projects where developers, very experienced developers, because we have been so much experienced in developing, we get a demand study, and then we say, no, they are wrong. There was a project where a demand study had said, your anchor tenant cannot be more than 3,000 square meters. And the developer was proposing 10,000 square meters. And he said, I'm going to ignore this demand study. I'm going to have a 10,000 square meter anchor tenant. The demand study was saying the maximum GLA should be 8,000 square meters that you can develop. And the developer said, I'm going to do 15,000 square meters. 6 months after opening the shopping center, tenants started closing. They started to vacate. The anchor tenant, you know, when the anchor tenant leaves, you know what happens? Everybody goes. And why was that? Because the developer ignored the demand study. So you will be required to submit a demand study specific to your project. In that demand study, there's a cost attributed to doing that research. You'd rather pay those costs now than for you to pay those costs later.
Maybe, Henry, it's something that we don't talk about, why a lot of developers ignore the demand studies. We were all here earlier, and you heard some of the questions. The gentleman talked about a property that he owns, that he already has. So often, when we do a project, it's either we own the land, so we're committed, we're too far in, or we fall in love with the site. Then the demand study comes back and says it's not going to work, and you ignore it. But unfortunately, it often does backfire. And I think also, Henry, another thing is that the banks now make this a requirement for the financing. So you won't be able to get your financing approved without a market study.
Remember, you pay for it, and that becomes part of your equity contribution. Yes, sir. There are some areas where you find, like, for instance, in Joburg CBD, the JDA, the Johannesburg Development Agents, have done a demand study, a detailed demand study for Joburg CBD. And it also depends with the validity of that demand study, because things can change. If it's still within a 5-year period, the SHRA can accept that.
Maybe we can also give an example of what happened in Mafikeng.
Yeah.
So before we give the example, let's talk about what does the market study give you? It gives you a way to understand the demographic of your catchment area. So let's say within 5 kilometers or 20 kilometers. But it also tells you how many households in that area fall within your target market, your beneficiaries. But the most important is the capture. Of those households, let's say you've got 30,000 households in your 20-kilometer radius. Are you going to be able to capture 10%, 20%, 30%? So then that goes to the example in Mafikeng, which happened last year, where one provider did 3 studies, spaced 18 months apart. The first project was for 400 units.
400 units.
Second project was about 600 units, and the third one was 800 units. Mafikeng, it's a restructuring zone. Not enough households to support this, the demand for social housing. But what came out is every time they did the market study, and they did a detailed one with, sometimes you get a desktop study where they just look at census data, or they do a field surveys where they walk around, go to companies and interview people. These were field studies. And what showed is with each project, the amount of the market that you could capture was dropping significantly. So when the first market study was done, it came out that there was potential for 10,000 units that you could capture. But obviously, while you are doing these studies for social housing, other things are happening. Student accommodation buildings are coming up, GAP, FLISP is coming up. By the time that the third study came, you could only capture 3,000 units. So I think that's, I don't know if that illustrates the point, that the most important thing is what market capture are you going to get? And I know that some of our colleagues in the room often ask this question as to, if there's already been a study being done in the area, why must I do another one? It's not necessarily that you must do another field study, but you must at least, one, upgrade a study that is more than 2 years old, or you must get a similar study done by another company that at least tells you that given all the projects that are in the pipeline, you can still capture enough market to support the project that you want to do.
Remember, after the end of the day, you don't want to complete a project and then realize you're not able to tenant that project. Again, that's serviceability of debt.
Thank you. I'm wondering, is the number of housing units that already exist in an area a good indicator of the potential demand? These are people that are already housed. Shouldn't we rather be looking at an economic activity in town that will make people want to come and reside in town? Because people are not going to leave their homes and go to social housing, you see. Or maybe those that are struggling that are within that community but maybe renting in a poor condition housing. Thank you.
So what you want to do is you need to be able to project what's going to be happening going forward. What's going to happen in that area? Are we going to see new economic activities? Because what you want is people that can come and pay for your unit. Are we going to see, new entrants, new people coming into your area? And what would basically attract new entrants into your area? If there are economic activities, new economic activities happening, if Old Mutual is going to be doing another industrial park where they're going to be employing new people, and those people will need somewhere to be accommodated. So these are the things that you need to be looking at. So it's important for you to, and it's a requirement.
Good morning, my name is Lindiwe. With that note that we have to pay for the study, at what point do I unlock the investment, the institutional investment grants? Because then in my head I'm thinking I can go and access those pre-accreditation grants and then do the feasibility study with one of the grants.
I think tomorrow or on Friday, Dudu is going to go through those grants that the registrar has to help you to get to that finish line. She's going to talk about those grants and how you can access that grant to help you with studies such as market study, demand study, valuation, and all that. So she'll talk about that on Friday. So again, be here on Friday. And that grant is 500,000, although it's not paid to you, it's paid to a service provider. That's going to help you to bring your project to fruition. Okay, so we've looked at the demand study. We just want to quickly look at the property development process.
Last question here, Henry.
Thank you, Karabelo Boy. Are there any studies available from the SHRA that would be able to assist us, maybe at some high level, to point us in the direction to say that in a particular maybe area or municipality or province, there's demand available before we go and plug in money, while these could be the studies that are publicly available that are done by the SHRA? Thanks.
I know that John, when we were in Nelspruit, he did talk about where those opportunities are, because he was looking at each province, how each province was actually doing in terms of their targets for 2024. And I'm hoping that when Dudu does a final closure, she can bring that, that again into consideration. And what we're going to do, so if we can just take note of that, and then we will ask it just to show us what's happening from the SHRA. What is proper development? Where does it all start? Remember my introduction. There's a site looking for ideas, and there are ideas looking for a site. So it all starts with these ideas, and then you need to develop the idea. You develop the idea, and once you have developed that idea, you then start your construction, hand over what we call this asset. Real estate is such a fascinating investment class. They always say property cannot be lost or stolen, but in South Africa it can be stolen. But if it is purchased with common sense, in other words, when you purchase the property and paid it in full, it will give you the best investment that you can ever have. So you will then have that asset. This is the proper development process. And a lot of us are married to sites. We love this site. It has got everything. I love this site. I want to make sure that at all costs this site is going to work. And this is what often happens. We love the site. So it's important to understand the whole property development process. Sorry? So when it comes to site identification, what we have is greenfield and brownfield. So with greenfield, what have you got? That's virgin land. And you have got your brownfield, which is your existing, it can be an office block, it can be an industrial, it can be industrial that you are going to convert or refurbish into social housing. When it comes to greenfield projects, it's important that you do what is called your geotechnical report. Why is it important for you to do a geotech report? Okay, do we all understand what is a geotech report? Okay, so your soil, right? That, it also helps you when it comes to your foundations. So it's important when it comes to your greenfield project. I was involved in a project, a big shopping center. For some of you who know, what is this shopping center called? Mimosa Mall. Do you know Mimosa Mall? In, Free State, in Bloemfontein. So this was a greenfield development. It was developed by a gentleman by the name Butrowski. He did this movie, The Gods Must Be Crazy. He was the developer. identified a piece of land that was going to develop 45,000 square meter regional shopping center. And everybody applauded him, because in Bloemfontein, you have got a family that does most of the developments, the Georgios. If some of you know the Georgios, 4 Ways Mall. So they needed, a bit of competition, and Butrosky, the movie star, came and did a development. He didn't know anything about development. But you know what he did? He brought in a professional team. And you know how he got some of his professional team? Met some of the friends that he had been to school for many years. Asked him, what are you doing? No, I'm an architect. Oh, by the way, I've got a 45,000 square meters. You want to be part of the team? And he brought everybody. And they never did a geotech report. And this development was at roof level. And guess what happened? 45,000 regional shopping center caved in. And what happened? Can you imagine the cost overruns? And it was funded by one of the banks. One of the banks. But it has got a color. It's not blue. It's not green. I'm not sure if it's red. Can you imagine the cost overruns for that? But you know what they always say? There's a song that says, some guys have all the luck. Those who are younger for longer would know that song. Yes.
Just to comment about the pronunciation. We came with youth and veterans. Not all of us are engineers. Please note that, can you explain the abbreviations? Because we came for training workshop so that we understand when you talk about the geotech report, everybody learn from this house. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe you were not here when we did the introduction. We said we would want to make this an interactive session. We want to engage everybody. So if there is a terminology that you do not understand, please raise your hand, and we're happy. We'll be explaining some of these concepts in greater detail so that we are all at Edem. So we've mentioned about Greenfield, which is basically virgin land that we're going to be developing, and we're going to start from the ground. Brownfield, this is basically an existing structure. It can be an office development that we are going to refurbish, and that is what is called brownfield project. So our project can be brown or can be green. So when it comes to a brownfield project, what is required is what is called a structural integrity report. This is a report that is done by an engineer. So the engineer will do a report that shows the strength of this building, because currently you have got an office and you are going to convert that office into residential. Remember, you are now going to develop 100 units, and in that 100 units, you are going to have about 400 residents now staying in this building. That's why it's important now to ensure that the project can take that load bearing. Amanda, okay. Did we answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much, Henry.
You know, I was so interested in what happened in the story about the mall that caved in terms of insurance, who was then liable, how did that come out?
Yeah,
You said somebody was lucky there, so I'm interested to hear who was lucky.
No, so basically what happened was, you know, remember we have mentioned having the right professional team that has got the qualifications and the experience, but more importantly, having what? The right PI. Remember what we have said, professional indemnity. And none of these professionals that worked on this project did not have PI cover. And you might all be asking to say, but how was this funded? How can that be? How can you have, you know, a 250 million rand project that you don't have professionals that have got the qualifications, that have got the experience and the PA cover? How did this happen? It did happen. You know, when I say some people have got the lucky, eventually this project was then what is called recapitalized. It was the bank had to put in more money so that they can finish the project. And when they finished the project, you know, you had your anchor tenants, Pick and Pay, everybody was there. And Mimosa was one of the most successful regional shopping centers. So it started doing very well. And why I say some people have got the luck is because 3 years later, the market was on high. Remember 2004, when everybody was going into property. If you didn't go into property, people thought you don't know what you were doing. Even your hairdresser was going into property in 2004. Property was running. Everybody was investing in property. So the yields, right, in other words, you know, the returns were so much attractive that everybody was going into property. And he managed to sell that property to the PIC at a price that he managed to pay off the bank and walked away with about 300 million rand. So those things can happen, but I think these were lessons that the funders have learned. And going forward, they will never finance a project where there's no geotechnical report, where you don't have a professional team that has got qualifications, that has got experience, and that has got PI cover. And the same with your proposed developments. Whether it's a SHRA development, you want to make sure that you have got the right professional team and a team that can deliver. Yes, sir.
Structural integrity versus structural assessment, just the difference between the two, please. What is the difference?
Yeah, so on your brownfield project, you normally get an engineer to do a structural integrity report to confirm, you know, the load bearing. And the other one is where you do your, have we got a structural engineer here? Yeah. No, so basically with a structural integrity report, it's a full detailed report on the structure, the existing structure of this building. So it's high level, in detail, with regard to the existing structure. And the reason for that is for load bearing.
No, I'm fine, thanks.
Okay. Now, Amanda, does that answer your question? Do you want to go and do a development in Bloemfontein? And get one of the banks to finance you? Okay. This is the part that I enjoy most. This is called the highest and best use when it comes to property development. For those of you who have been in development, you are going to hear of, developers brag, or people in property. They always come with this terminology. What is the highest and best use of your site? So we're going to talk about the highest and best use of a social housing project. And there are 5 areas that we're going to be looking at. So the first is that the project must be physically possible. What do you mean by physically possible? You need to make sure that the location is right. It must be physically possible in terms of the location. If it's a greenfield project, like what you have said, there's a geotechnical report. If it's a brownfield project, there is a structural integrity report that is done. And you also need to look at the surrounding areas. Why is it important for you to analyze the surrounding areas? Is there growth potential? Right? Is this undergoing urban decay? Is this an area where, yes. Or is this an area where my tenants are going to be threatened each time when they are coming into the building? So you need to look at what is happening in the area. So you need to look at the physical possibility of doing this development on this site. Do we all understand the first one? Is it physically possible? And the second, is it legally possible? Right. A project can be physically possible, but not legally possible. So and what do you mean by that? Type of ownership, you need to look at that. Land use, title deed. It's important for you to look at the title deed. Why should you be looking at the title deed? Right, who owns the land? But there's something else, something very important. Yes, sir. Restrictions, yes. Let's say you are going to buy this land, and in the title deed, there is a road that is going to be developed, that's going to come across, a highway, sunrail. And this land has been in existence for the past 15 years, and people were not buying. And then you come and you buy this land, and then later you look at the title deed, and what do you find? There's a road that's going to come across, that's going to cut your development. What's going to happen with your development? You're not going to have happy tenants. So you need to look at the title deed. Again, we mentioned about the restructuring zone and your letters of support. So remember, your project can be physically possible, but legally impossible. So if there is, one of these restrictions in terms of the title deed, you need to look at that. And sometimes, what we intend to do is, spend a little bit of money. It's going to help you, so that you do not incur huge costs going forward. Town planning, are all the rights in place, SDP, and if it's in an existing building, you need to check heritage. Why is heritage important? So typically, if a building is older than 60 years, what you want to do is you cannot do anything without going to heritage. And a lot of people ignore this. We had an interesting architect who looked at a project and he tried to do everything. And there was a building in the middle of the project. And he tried all sorts of things. Couldn't get it right. And this building was a heritage building. So on a Friday, he decided to go to the Heritage Council. Visited them on a Friday afternoon, and he said to them, you know, I've got this site, but there's a heritage building. What happens if I demolish this building? So he was told, you are going to go to jail. And then he said, you know, I've never been in jail. It will be such an interesting experience. And he told them, I think over the weekend I'm going to demolish this building because I've tried everything. I can't make my project work. And everybody thought it was what? It was a joke. Over the weekend, what does he do? He comes, he flattens this side. And on Monday, guess what he did? He went back to the Heritage Council. And he told them, he said, no, weekend I flattened that building. And everybody thought it was what? It was a joke. So he started his planning of this site, planning this site, until months later, somebody from the Heritage passed through this site and realized, this building is gone. And they realized that this person was really serious about demolishing this. And then he had to go and serve. You know, he did community work for 3 months. After that, they realized that if we continue like that, we are not going to have what? Any heritage buildings. So it's now strict. You can't just go and demolish. You can't be like that architect. He's a very close friend of mine. And he was prepared to go to jail. And also, you know, when you are buying a building, you need to check all that.
Thank you. Sorry for disturbing you.
No, you are not disturbing.
While you are on the heritage investigation part, what do you do then if you bought a site and you're going to develop something, and just in front of it there's this heritage building, but maybe it's this half, and at some point it continues to demolish itself?
You know, for it to continue to demolish itself, that's almost an impossibility. Right? Is that wear and tear? Is that... look, all what you need to do is try to incorporate it into your development. There's a project that we did in Berea, where Nkosi Johnson used to stay. So this house, I mean, we didn't know that it was a heritage building. We wanted to demolish it, and we were told, no, you can't. So we had to work around it. And that building, we had to leave it as it is, did some renovation on it in terms of what the Heritage Council required us to do. But we had to work around it and did a development around this. And you know what happened? Is that because there was an American NGO that was doing a research on AIDS. So they came and they identified this building because of Nkosi Johnson. They came and they said they wanted to rent that heritage building during the time that they were going to be doing their research. And they were paying top rental for that building. So the developer was smiling. But you can't, look, what needs to happen is you need to do some heritage investigation and you need to consult heritage. But let's not do this after. You need to do this as part of your due diligence. Remember, when you do an OTP or when you sign an offer to purchase, you should say subject to a due diligence. And this is part of your due diligence. And you know, if your due diligence comes negative, you can walk away from it. But don't go and buy and then you then decide that I'm now going to do my what? My due diligence. And then you realize that no, you can't do it. You know, we have seen a number of people that sign OTPs, you know, your offer to purchase. And there is no any condition, not even funding condition. So we have looked at physically possible, legally possible, and it should be technically possible.
Question over there, Henry.
I just wanted to ask that when you want to run away from OTPs, there's another way for you to, is the municipalities, let's say you're buying a land from the municipality. Can we enter into, because there's an installment sales agreement which you're going to pay within a short space of 5 years and all that. Can you enter into an installment sales agreement with the municipality so that you can run away from these OTPs and all that?
What the municipalities have been doing lately is they've been entering in what is called land leases or building leases. So what you do is you then enter into, I think lately they've been doing 50-year leases. So you sign a 50-year land lease. It could be land or building where you pay maybe 1,000 rand. And because of the length of that lease, you can be able to find funding for it. And remember that when you have got that land lease, there is no huge capital injection in terms of land. All what you have is a cost which becomes part of your operating cost. So that's one way of doing it. Or you can do a land availability agreement. But I know that right now, COJ and Tshwane, they are doing land leases. Tshwane was doing 35 years. I know COJ are doing 50 years. And ideally, you'd want 99-year lease, but very few of those municipalities do 99-year leases. They do about 50 years, which the banks also accept.
Is that applicable
to social housing? No, remember that the land lease is specific to a site. So that if that site is for social housing, that becomes applicable. No, I wouldn't know who is the good. What COJ did, I know about 3 years ago, they had a tender where they had these buildings where you could lease on a 50 years. And you'd submit a proposal. And I know a number of people that have helped. But what they did was they submitted a tender. They responded to the RFQ or RFP, and they got those buildings. And you know, sometimes you can do an unsolicited bid, but just know who you're dealing with, right? Because if you come with a very good scheme, right, and the people like the scheme, chances are it might not be you who is going to implement that scheme. So you can do an unsolicited bid, but you are taking your chances. The best is if you identify a site, go to, especially if it's in Joburg, JPC, Helen Boiters. Go and speak to them. Helen Boiters, JPC. Tell him I've sent you. She was on one of our courses, so it's fine. Okay, so we looked at technically possible, that's your, your minimum standards, professional team, construction program, demand study, catering for primary target market. Again, remember what we said. A project should be physically possible, legally possible, technically possible. When you do your SDP, please make sure that, or realize that the SHRA is going to look at your SDP, that you conform to those minimum standards. Do we all understand the technical possibility of your project? Then we've got financially possible. So again, your project can be physically possible, legally possible, technically possible, but it might be technically, financially not possible. So when we talk about financially possible, what are we talking about? Again, remember your consolidated capital grant capped at 328,687. You need to maintain what is called a minimum debt service cover ratio of 1.3 to 1. So minimum debt service cover ratio is basically what the funders look for. So if you are going to borrow money, you need your loan repayment. If your loan repayments are 1,000 rand, your project must generate a minimum of 1,300. Does it make sense? I heard a no. Sorry? Or you were not clear on that. So if you go to, let's say your project that you have in Soweto, right? You get your net annual rental of, I'm just giving an example. Let's say R1 million is what you get per year. If you go to the bank, let's say you want to borrow money against your property, they would require that the minimum, right? Sorry, the minimum net that you need to be, you need to generate on that property would be like 1.3 million. And out of the 1.3 million, your repayment will be almost like R1 million. So it's 1.3 million divided by R1 million. It gives you, excuse me, it gives you what is called a headroom of 30% or a cover of 30%. So why is that important? In rainy days, so that you have got that buffer, right? You have got that cushion. Now, think of it. If you are going to be paying back R1 million and you are making R1 million, so you are what? Almost on the borderline. Imagine COVID comes. What happens to your income? It goes down. What happens to your repayment? They remain the same, isn't it? So which means you are no longer able to what? You are no longer able to pay. You are no longer able to cover your debt. And this is why they want what is called a cushion or a buffer or a headroom of at least 30%. So that if interest rates are to go up, you still have what? A cushion. So that is called debt service cover ratio. Bankers love that. They always say, you know, as long as you meet a DSCR of 1.3. And that is not for the bank. It also to help you. So they would require that minimum debt service cover ratio. Are we all clear? So if you are below the moment when you start to get below the 1 million, you start what? Sinking. And you don't want to sink. You want to be what? Floating. Yes. Oh, thank you for that question. The CCG was, it went up, 1st of April 2022 to 328,687. Prior to that, it was 272,672 or something like that. So it went up. It goes up, but it doesn't go up with inflation or every year. It's not like your rental escalation. Now, do we all understand this debt service cover ratio? Because tomorrow, Komoso is going to touch on that. And remember, if you are going to be getting, even on your property, if you are going to pay back 100 rand, how much do you want to get? At least 130. Anything above that, you should be smiling. Below that, you are now in a danger terrain. So we've looked, there's also what is called allowance for vacancy. Why should we allow for vacancy, especially when it comes to social housing? Let's get somebody else, somebody that wants to say something. People come and go, yes. Yes, people come and people go. And there is, you are going to have what? Some units that are going to be vacant. So you need to have that allowance in your feasibility for vacancy. I'll come to you. You know, but as property practitioners, some of us that might have buildings, and we leave our caretaker to do everything. You know what the caretaker will always tell you? There are 5 units which are always vacant. Unit number 11, unit number 29, unit number 3, and unit number 19. They're always vacant. They're always vacant because the caretaker knows that you are an absent landlord. You never visit the site. So he'll tell you there are 3 vacancies, 5 vacancies. And then you know what you need to do? On a Sunday or Saturday, check on a day that Chiefs and Pirates are playing. And go and visit your building. And go and visit unit number 11, number 18, number 29. You are going to find what? Tenants. And you ask those tenants, how long have you been here? I've been here for 5 years. Is that so? So these kids have grown up here. Oh yes, very much so. They've been here for 5 years. And how do you pay your rental? I do e-wallet to the caretaker. Right? So these happen. I mean, one of my friends, Soli Ramalamula, who is a property manager, Tech Shape, he has been experiencing all these interesting stories with the caretakers. So you need to be able to go and ascertain this vacancy. If you don't, you know, somebody else is what? Is taking your money. So you need to allow for vacancy. And vacancy are bound to happen because there's always going to be a movement. And Komoso is going to touch about your internal rate of return, the minimum IRR that the SHRA requires is prime overdraft rate, and prime is currently 10.75 plus a risk factor of 4.5%. He's going to talk about this tomorrow. So your project needs to meet an IRR of 10.75 plus 4.5%. Your project should, if it's a greenfield project, you need it to be registered with NHBRC. You know, a lot of people ask, why should this project be registered with NHBRC? Your NHBRC is basically insurance. If it's a greenfield project, it has got to be registered with NHBRC. You need to do, you know, a maintenance reserve, which again, Komotso is going to be talking about this. And you also need to understand what are the risks. You know, any development that you're going to do, there are risks involved. But more importantly, one needs to be able to analyze, how do we manage, how do you mitigate, how do you minimize those risks? So it's important for you to understand the financial possibility. And then lastly, remember this is social housing. So the project should be what? Socially possible. What do you mean by socially possible? Assist in job creation. Looking at, you know, those income bands of 1,850 to 22,000 rand. Making sure that, you know, the minimum size is social upliftment, play areas aimed at social beneficiaries. You know, sometimes you go to some of these social housing, and then you look at some of the German cars that are parked outside at these social housing. And then you ask yourself, are these visitors or are they tenants? And sometimes you hear that these are tenants. Who earn between what? 1,850 to 22,000. But they are driving what? A German car. So let's take cognizance that what we are developing is for social housing. Let's not deprive the intended beneficiaries. Like what I've said, you know, Komotso and I do qualify. We are part of that bracket of the 1,850 to 22,000. So we qualify. If you've got a project, we can give you an application. So, highest and best use. The project must be physically possible, legally possible, technically possible, financially possible, and socially possible. That's your highest and best use. You hear property practitioners, you know, bragging about this terminology, highest and best use. What is the highest and best use of this site? I don't know, some of you know the McDonald's site in Rosebank, Oxford and Glenove, opposite the new Standard Bank head office. There is, somebody bought that site at that time, paid about 5 million rand. And you know what the owner said? You know, I've got a stupid offer from this guy. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's offering me 5 million rand on this site. I don't know where he gets his numbers, but you know what? If I'm going to take his money and run. He's overpaying. That's what he was telling everybody. So he sold that site for 5 million rand. And this person, or this new buyer, did a back-to-back immediately, sold the site for 20 million rand to McDonald's. So who didn't know what he was doing? So your highest and best use. What is the highest and best use of this site? You should be able to look at what can we do. What is the best revenue that this site can give me? We have seen some sites where, you know, people have tried everything, especially in the CBD. Try to do developments, it doesn't work, and somebody comes up with parking. And parking gives you what? Your highest revenue, your highest return. So that's your highest and best use. Remember, physically possible, legally possible, technically possible, financially possible, and socially possible. So when we develop social housing, let's make sure that we also provide amenities. You know, we want to build communities. We want people to say, I'm going home. And we want, you know, the husbands over the weekend to be able to meet each other, have some pride. The children, you know, play areas. Let's provide for that. Even on those small sites. I mean, when you provide those things, it makes a big difference. So think about what extra things can you do to improve the social elements of your tenants. Remember, when you have got your happy tenants, what's going to happen? They're going to pay. If you have unhappy tenants, they're not going to pay. And you still have an obligation to pay off your debt. Yes, sir.
On the example you just made about the 5 million and the 20 million McDonald's, something came into my mind. I said, what is it that others know that others don't know?
Yes. Yes.
I used to travel between Johannesburg and Welkom. There's a lot of open spaces there. I've never seen something like a water world around that area to entertain people. So I kept on, this thing has been bothering me for 3 years. Where can I get money to develop that area and have a water world area for entertainment for people coming from Kroonstad and Welkom, in between Kroonstad and Welkom? So now you're coming up with these things that, there are things, that means things that happen, there's a term say serendipity. Something good happens by chance. So you build that water world, after that, something comes up, people come and want to develop like social houses and the likes and the likes. But something tells me there's something that others know that others don't know. Hence we'll have people selling something for 5 million and 6 months down the line he makes 20 million. He knew something that the one who sold didn't know. Thanks.
Yes, it's all about information. It's about information. Remember what they say. Your network is your net worth. You know, a very friend of, one of my friends, uncle, was in 1991. Maybe there are some who were not born by that time. When cell phones started, you were not born by that time. No, sorry, I was just saying that. Okay, so when cell phones started, the CEO of Vodafone in the UK came to South Africa, and they wanted to start a cell phone company. And they approached one of the influential people to say, who do you think can become our partner? And the MD of Vodafone was then introduced to my friend's uncle to say, you know, go and talk to them. So the MD had breakfast with him, spoke about cell phone, told him about cell phone, and says, we're going to establish a cell phone company. And this is going to be big. So we are offering you what is called a free carry, equity, free equity, in this company of 10%. And this company is now Vodacom. So he was going to get 10% off Vodacom. And what did he say? I'm not a 10% man. It's 50% or no deal. So he turned him down. Said, I'm not going to accept any. He said, no, but this is going to become almost like an Anglo, almost like a Standard Bank. He says, no, I'm not interested. Fine. Then, I mean, they moved on. Vodacom was started. Vodacom then listed on the JSE. On the day of listing, the market capitalization, in other words, the value of Vodacom was 150 billion rand. What do you think his 10% will be worth? 15 billion. And what did he say? He's not a 10% man. Maybe it was too little for him. Now, he has got, you know, this phobia. When he's going to Pretoria, he can't pass through there. He's got to take another route. When he's watching TV and there's a Vodacom advert, he's got to switch it off or walk out of the room. So sometimes we get opportunities and we don't what? We don't take them. And sometimes we become, you know, what we call penny wise and pound foolish. So again, what am I trying to say? I mean, the SHRA is giving us an opportunity. 328,687 as a consolidated capital grant. What are we doing? Are we doing like the Vodacom men? Or are we looking at this and say, how can I make this thing possible? You know, we have students. I've told you, we do something with Professor Veruli at UCT. You know, one of our students, you know what he does? He would sacrifice drinking beer over the weekend. You know, as students. And you know what you do instead of him having an Amstel? You go and buy shares in Redefine, listed company, for 15 rand. You go and buy a share in Growth Point for 20 rand. You go and buy a share in Sycom. He goes to buy shares. So he was buying shares in all these listed companies. So, and you know, they have these road shows every 6 months. So he has spent 30 rand buying a Growth Point share. He goes to the AGM with a blazer with his tie. Right? And he goes there. The lunch is worth 300. The drinks, that lunch alone costs, it costs the Growth Point 500. What's his return on investment? And not only that, he goes and he meets Norbert Sass, the MD of Growth Point, and tells him, you know what? I like the strategy of this company. I'm a shareholder of this company. I own shares. Remember that when you go to the AGM, they don't know how many shares you have. You know, if you are dressed properly, they'll think that you own 1 million shares in this company. Only has one share. But that one share gives him what? The asset. And he's able to network. And then he's networking at the top level. And then he introduces himself to Norbert Sass and says, there's my card. He says, by the way, Norbert, I'm a student. I'm finishing in 2 years' time. Can I call you? Do you think that Norbert will forget him? And where is he? He's working for Growth Point. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to find out, what are the parking requirements for social housing?
Parking requirements for social housing is very interesting. So basically, your parking requirement, we are going to do an exercise. Remember, the parking requirements is in terms of the zoning requirement. Council. So if the council says 0.5, right, you need to provide 0.5 parking bays. So in other words, if you are going to be doing, if they say 0.5 per unit, so if you are going to do 100 units, it means that you need to provide what? 50 parking bays. But you might need, because it's social housing, you might motivate to have what is called parking relaxation to about 0.3. But your parking requirement doesn't say this parking is for social housing. You get a zoning certificate which says this is the zoning, the parking requirements are 0.5, 0.3, or whatever. So that's where you start. That's where you start. And I know there's always that whole debate, because if you look at your social housing beneficiaries, it's those that earn between what? 1,800 to 22,000. And if you look at your primary target market, that 30%, I mean, and a lot of your projects are closer to amenities, closer to transport. Right. So, you know, there's always been that justification of a 0.3, but you need to justify that, or you need to be able to go to the council, to the municipality, and they will need you to justify that, either through a traffic engineer's report, but there is no, there is no blanket thing that says because it's social housing, you are going to get 0.3. I mean, we've got a project that we looked at in the CBD. Everything is there, and they wanted us to provide 0.5 parking bays, just outside his area by. And we had to try to do that whole motivation. I've been waiting for that question.
Thank you. So I've been listening as you've been indicating some of the challenges that the SHIs experience. You mentioned earlier that it might be difficult to raise that deficit loan funding as an SHI because of the structure of the organization.
Yes.
There's a lot of preliminary costs that have to go into packaging the project, and you mentioned that there's a couple of projects that either were approved, but the SHIs failed to secure funding. How do the SHIs go around making sure that they are able to secure funding and have a successful project here?
That's a very good question, and also a very difficult question. Look, there are, remember what I said, that would want your DFIs, you know, the likes of your NHFC, to be able to lend in this sector. Because, I mean, typically if you look at it, your grant accounts for 70%. And what are the SHIs looking for? Another 30%. So this project has basically been de-risked. And I find it, you know, difficult to understand why the banks, you know, would not want to lend to your SHIs. And one of the reasons is that typically SHIs are not contributing any equity. So they've got nothing to lose. So if the project works, it's fine. If it doesn't work, what do they do? They just walk away. There is not what they call, the bankers call it, skin in the game. There is no, they are not going to lose any t-shirt. Whereas your ODAs, they are going to contribute 20%. And this is the very reason why you find that your banks do not, typically are risk averse when it comes to lending to SHIs, because there's no equity contribution. All the money is coming basically from the SHRA and from them, and the SHI has got nothing to lose. If you are going to lose your jacket, yes, they will lend to you. So that's the very reason. And the other reason is because, you have got members as opposed to shareholders. And that's why you find that they're not lending to the SHI. And we hope that, and I'm hoping that, Dudu, are you hearing what I'm going to say now? I'm hoping that, with Mr. Lutuli coming in, that he's going to be looking at some of these things. The new CEO of SHRA, that is going to be looking at some of these things, because, typically, they've already approved 70%. And remember that they haven't only approved 70%, they've also approved the project. And remember, this project goes through a lot of, technical things. We have done geotech, we have done demand study, we have done EIA, we have done traffic study, we have done quick scan A, we've done quick scan B, we've done quick scan C. We have done all this, right? And we are saying the project itself, what? Is feasible, right? We have achieved the highest and best use in terms of this project, physically, legally, technically, financially, and socially. And then we cannot get funding. And provincial, and municipality, and. Yes, sir.
Yes, the missing link here, as I look at it, does not lie with the bank. The way the bank look at feasibility, financial feasibility is not the way that you are looking at it from the social housing perspective. I think the missing link here is the end user. When they see what you are charging the tenant, for them, that is not market-related fees. So what should scare them here should be, what may be scaring them off, should be now your capacity to collect enough revenue in order to pay the debt. Because this is an asset, clearly like you say, that has passed the master. It is already at a point where if everything goes south, it can be sold and the bank will easily recover its money. But now they are worried about the unconventional rates that the tenant is paying here. Because if all things considered and no one was giving any grants, this was not going to be sustainable. And they are looking at it from their own stance. Thank you.
To some extent, right? Remember, and we are going to do evaluation now, and you are going to see this. The point that was making, you are going to see it when we do evaluation exercise. Remember, typically, your average rental for social housing, if you look at the various income bands, is 3,400. That's your average. And then the quid pro quo for that is the CCG. The reason why you can charge those rentals which are not market related is because of the CCG. And one of the other reasons that you've also mentioned is, in terms of, tenant management, and you will see, we're going to be talking a lot about tenant management. And let's be brutally honest about this. You know that when people, I'm saying our people, know that this is a government project, there's an element of entitlement. I'm not going to pay because it's what? It's government. I mean, I've been doing a lot of work in Soweto with Umastand. And every second house has got a DSTV dish. But ESCOM, they don't what? And multi-choice? They pay. So is that, the moment when there's, this stigma of anything to do with the government, there's an element of entitlement. And is that entitlement that scares what? The banks to say, what would be our recourse? And this is why you find, even, like your banks, for instance, banks are not keen to lend to, unless it's a private school. If you want to build a school, right, which you are going to have government and there's some element of debt, the bank is not going to give you that money because of the reputational risk involved. If you are not going to pay, what's going to happen? You are going to close these schools. And this is in winter. And grade 1 kids, and then what is it? EWN. They start showing Standard Bank having closed this school. Grade 1 students cannot go to school. So is that whole reputational risk? And this is why it's important. And again, I cannot overemphasize the importance of tenant management, to be able to educate. And this is what scares. That's why I was saying the likes of your NHFC, right? Because this is government to government. They should be understanding the product. Banks are still to understand the social housing space. I was waiting for you.
It's been a while, definitely. Okay, my name is Khotadi Magana from Urban Legends, Project and Development Managers. The remarks from the gentleman just now, Brian, those are obviously at a tertiary level, in my view. Whilst at the primary level, unfortunately, some of these things, they still do happen to exist even today, all these challenges. And some of which I think we were the early recipients of your tutorial or lessons that you taught us back then, 2010, 2009, that unfortunately racial profiling still is a challenge. And I think one of our bankers at Nedbank, we were lucky enough or fortunate enough when Masingit or Bromike was taking off, there were very few and others, which later became your Billion Group and so forth. Then the second one being the social housing space. And I mean, in its entirety of its integrated social housing schemes. The biggest challenge, why I say it's at the primary level, the problem, not at the tenant's state, which is at the tertiary, is the low or very low annuities that are realized in this space. Now, my plea to you, Brian Henry, is that if you may revert back to the lady, if I may say young lady, in the 91. Okay, if you may revert back to her, because I think it's a very vital question that she raised, one which I think it will definitely empower all of us here, because some of us have had that challenge at some point. And that is being, or the ability to raise that cap, that shortfall That's what you're asking for, is it not?
Yes.
So if we can close that, or we can
That
clarify
gap.
that for her benefit and everybody else, I think we will be setting everybody else on a path to success, because that's where our challenge lies. I think I've invoked something in this,
No,
in the gentleman.
I truly understand, and this is why I've said a number of the projects that have been approved, especially your SHIs, their biggest challenge, or they've not been able to achieve financial closure because of the debt. Now, that's why we need the likes of the NHFC, your NEF, and some of the DFIs to come to the party. And this is why I'm pleading with hopefully Mr. Lutuli, who is now the new CEO, to say they are going to look at if they can find ways, right, on how they can assist SHIs, given that the SHRA is already what? Committing 70% of the total development cost. There's this balance, because remember that the project ticks all those things that we've spoken about. So it's one of the things that we're going to you know, when we finish this, you know, there are things that we go and highlight to the SHRA to say there are these questions that the participants have raised, is not within us. I mean, me and Komoso are just service providers, but we take all these questions, like your question as well, we take it to the SHRA to say, how do we address some of these burning issues? Because, I mean, a lot of us, you know, we don't have the equity. How many of us have got the equity? And this is why we want these SHRA projects, because 70% of the income is already covered by them. So we are going to take that with the SHRA, with the Dudu, and say this is what came out of our discussion. That one of the biggest problems that SHI are facing is to be able to unlock that debt funding.
Sir, a quick question I really want to pose is there any possibility for SHI and ODA to collaborate, like enter into a joint venture? And what are the chances of that venture being disapproved? And there's also an insurance for tenants for vacant spaces now that has been
started.
Yes, started. It was not there anymore. For vacant spaces, you are paying insurance and they cover you for 6 months. And then after 6 months, when your space is not tenanted, then you're always going to pay like the premium and all that. But they cover for 6 months when you don't have any tenants. So what are the chances that your application will be declined when you collaborate with SHI with the ODA?
Remember when we started, as a delivery agent, you are either an SHI or an ODA. Yes. If you are now going to be bringing an ODA, it's like bringing in an equity investor into your project. That's basically what you're asking.
Yes.
So you can bring an equity investor, you can bring whoever is part of your project, right? Yes. If you can get that equity investor. But remember that if it's an equity investor, he needs to look at what is the return. Because I can put my money in Standard Bank. I can put my money in bonds. I can put my money in equities. And I'm guaranteed X amount. What is it that is going to attract him to come and invest into your project? That's a motivation that you need to do. And that's what you need to say to him, to say, this is what I'm going to be doing. But remember, he has got, you know, an investor has got a number of investment opportunities that are available, especially if you can write the check.
Thank you.
What time is it?
It's 1:05
Oh, my apologies. I think I'm so excited. I've never been excited like this. I didn't realize that it's...
Hi, Andrew. So earlier on you had said that the approval period takes about 12 to 18 months, right? So I'd like to find out how long does it take for the IIG grant to be approved, because that is the money that one would need to do all the feasibility, that is paying for the demand studies, the engineerings and that. So how long does that take to be approved?
So once you have got, once this project is approved, what they approve is your CCG. Oh, the LIG. Okay, all right. So Brian, once you have got the CCG approved, which takes, once the council or the board of SHRI has approved your CCG, then you get a letter that says we have approved this, we have approved your CCG, and then you now have this approval and you can start all your planning. But you can only do that once you've got your CCG approved, and that can take, like what you said, up to about 18 months. You know, Brian, unfortunately, that's, yes, remember, we need we need the money now, especially if you signed an OTP. We need the money now, but you need to understand these are the SHRA processes. That's how they work. So you also don't want to go and sign an OTP and tell them that you are going to get your money in 3 months' time, in 6 months' time, and it doesn't happen. Unless, the next thing that they might say is, we want you to pay a non-refundable deposit, which is a bad thing, because you might not perform. And if you don't perform, you are going to lose your deposit. So there are processes. And again, on Friday, we're going to go through some of the processes.
Maybe in terms of where there is an OTP, it is important that you alert your seller that you have submitted a project into the SHRA pipeline. And we do have a team from the PDNF side who will always be there to assist in terms of writing a motivational letter to the seller to say, we are busy with your projects, and if there are any other extra work that is being provided to support in terms of fine-tuning your project's packaging. So we do a motivation to your seller to say, please allow us time because there is work that we are doing on this project, so that it doesn't lapse. So there must be also that relationship between you and the seller. Yeah, but also there is a difference between the CCG and the IIG. Yes.
Sorry, let's, I think we all want to go for lunch now. But before we go for lunch, do we plan to fail or do we fail to plan? So, what often happens is, you know, this is town planning. In South Africa and in other countries, we start with what? We start with occupation. We occupy, and then we build, and then we realize that we don't have services. And what do? We go and burn tires. When we've burned the tires, we have now alerted the politicians, and then they bring in what? The town planners. And so what we want to do is we want to make sure that we plan to succeed. Let's not start by occupying. Let's start by ensuring that we have our planning processes in place. With those, let's take a lunch break, and then when we come back, we're going to look at an exercise about town planning. So, the site size, 4,000 square meters. The zoning is residential 4. In other words, you can do block of flats. And then there's something that is called FAR, floor area ratio, is 1.8. Then there's something that is called coverage, what you can cover on site. So if you look at this site from a helicopter, you can only cover what? 45%. And then you can go 4 stories, and you have got what is called a parking ratio of 0.5 per every dwelling unit. So if you are going to do 100 units, you need to provide 50 parking bays, and you've got 5-meter building lines. So let's say you've got there's an estate agent comes to you and say, I've got this site. It's in the restructuring zone, it ticks everything. And the estate agent says to you, this is prime piece of land. A lot of people are looking for it. They want this land. And it's going for 10 million rand. How would you make an informed decision as to the price that you should pay for this land? Valuation, yes. Residual land valuation, that's one. What else? Location, location, location. What else? So it also goes to calculating the yield, right? So it also says development consideration, right? Allow for almost 20% efficiency. Do we all understand what is efficiency for the building? So when you develop a site, there are certain areas which do not form part of your lettable area. You know, your corridors, your staircases, right? You know, where you've got the lift and all that. So typically that would not form part of what? Your lettable area. So you normally have between 10, about 10% efficiency that you need to allow. And then it says 30% of the units should be for primary target market and 70% for secondary target market. Using the highest and best use, calculate the number of units that you can develop on this, and would you say the proposed development is legally possible? So how many units can we do here on this site? How many units can we develop? How do we go through this process? You know, no, let's get someone else. I know you know what we want to do, but remember, we all want to learn. Remember, you have been approached. You have been given this site. And the estate agent says it's worth 10 million rand. Are you going to pay 10 million? What's going to inform you? So the first thing that you want to establish is how many units can this site yield? Because the number of units will then inform you as to how much you can pay. Brian? Are you following? So this is the site, right? So how do you calculate the number of units?
I think you 4,000 square meters because the unit is 32 square meters, and then you divide the 4,000 by 32 square meters. Then you get the unit.
Good try, but let's try to unpack this. Let's wear our town planning and architecture developers' head. So basically there are some terms, right? There are certain terms here. You know, today, if you can understand this, right, you have an understanding of how town planning works. When you get, this information is what you get on, this is zoning information. When you get a zoning certificate, that's what you get. Now, when they say residential 4, you can go, you can build, flats. And then it says floor area ratio. This is the bulk. This is the area that you can develop. So the calculation is, are we all following? Because at the end, I'll get somebody saying, I'm not understanding how this thing has been done. So what you do is you say, the site size is 4,000 square meters. The bulk or the floor area ratio is 1. How many square meters per bulk? So that's the bulk. So one way of doing, remember we said the size multiplied by the FAR. Another way, you take the site. How big is the site? Multiplied by the coverage. What is the coverage? 45%. What do you get? Sorry? No, 4,000 multiplied by 45. 45%. 1 point? No, 4,000 multiplied by 45. 1,800. All right? Are we all understanding each other? Sorry. 45%. So 45% multiplied by 4,000 should give you 1,800. Right. Now, remember we said this is how many stories? So you say that number, which is the 1,800, times what? Times 4. What do you get? 7,200. The same as what? So that's our bulk. So you can either multiply your FAR by the site size, or you take your coverage. Remember what I've said. Coverage is what you want. You cover the site. So what we are saying is we are covering 1,800. But how many floors are we going? 4 floors. So each floor has got what? Times 4, what do we get? 7,200. So now you have an idea that on this site, I can have a bulk of 7,200. That's what you can develop. Yes. Sorry. So we've got 7,200. Anyone that is lost? Happy days?
So you're saying if you divide that 7,200, assuming that all units size is the same, divide by 30 squares.
No. We are not getting there. So far, I'm saying, do you understand how we get to the bulk? Are you happy? Let's go. We are going through. This is like a foundation that we're building. We're building a house. All right? So we've said we can do how many? 7,200. I'm happy if you understand the 7,200. I'm happy. Right. I know some people, developers, architects, if you can bear with me, not everybody is on the same page. Are you okay so far? Land size multiplied by FAR, or coverage multiplied by the site times height, 7,200. Now, remember when you develop, there are certain areas, right? Your passages, your staircases, those do not form part of what? Your lettable area. If you are going to be letting a project, right, do you allow that area that is occupied by your lift or your staircases? They don't form part of the area. So you then allow for what is called efficiency. And that efficiency, roughly, it's about, call it yeah, you know, call it about between 10 to 20%. All right. I've just said 20% there. But call it 10% efficiency, because what we have seen with a lot of projects, they allow for 20% efficiency. You know, those areas that do not form part of your lettable area. So now take the 7,200 minus your efficiency. We're now going to take that area out. So 10% is what? 7,720. So 7,200 minus 720, what do you get? Sorry? 6,400. So let's say you were going to do a project, right? Let's say everything else being equal. Your lettable area becomes 7,000. What's that number? 6,000? 6,480. Right. Now, what then happens? I mean, I'm teaching you almost like, you know, a back of the cigarette calculation. You know, a quick way of doing this calculation. Because you're sitting with your estate agent and you want to tell your estate agent that you have been educated by the SHRA. Right? How to do this. So you quickly do this, and then you say, but what is going to be my average size of my units? Remember, you have got primary, you have got secondary. Yes. No, I said up to 20%, but in this case, let's use 10%. Yeah, up to. So we've used 10% efficiency. Mrs. Architect, you are happy with 10% efficiency? You'd use 15, okay. That's why I've said up to 20. So we've got 6 something, right? And then we say our average. What would be average size of our units? Remember, we've got some bigger units and some smaller units. Let's say, I'm just saying, let's say our average size is 40 square meters, right? So you take that number, you divide by 40. What do you get? That's 6,000 something divided by 40. 162. So remember, you have now an idea to say, maybe I can get to what? To 162 or 164 units. Remember, this is a rough way of doing it. You are now doing it, you know, the back of the cigarette calculation, the quickest way of trying to ascertain how many units you can do. But there are other dynamics in this. The developers and the architects will tell you now. They now need to sit and say, how am I going to fit those units? One of your biggest challenge is always parking. All right? So remember here we've said you can allow for what? 0.5 parking bays per dwelling unit. So we've said how many units have we got? For 164.5, what do you get? No, 164 times 0.5. Okay, 162, whatever number it is, times 0.5. 81 parking bays. Okay. 81 or 80 parking bays. Now, remember now, we need to fit what? 81 parking bays on this side. And this is now when the architects now need to configure this and say, am I going to be able to fit or provide 81 parking bays on this side? Because remember, your parking requirement says if you are going to have 164 units, you need to provide 0.5. If you are going to have 162, it's still 0.5. So you start working around this. So you now have an idea. And you know that if push comes to the shove, you can get close to about 164. But remember, you are not telling the estate agent what you're doing in your head or on your cigarette box, right? You then say, okay, 164, maybe when we do a whole value engineering, we might not be able to fit 164. Let's say we are able to fit 130, right? To allow parking and all those. So you say, okay, worst case is 130. I'm going to work on 130. So I say 130 units, right? That's my worst case scenario. I'm going to have 130 units, although I know that probably I can push up to 164. But let me work on the worst case. In this worst case, I've just picked a number. So I've said 130. Then you say, okay, on this site, I can do what? 130 units. So what would you pay per unit for social housing? Yes, per opportunity cost. 30,000. Good. So 30,000 times 130. 30,000 times 130. 30,000 times 130. 3.9. 30,000, that's the number that the SHRA normally uses, right, per opportunity for greenfield that is ready to go. Sometimes it can be pushed up to about 40. So this is a number that the SHRA uses, right, to say per opportunity. If you are going to do 100 units, you pay 30,000 per unit times 100. So we said now is what? 3.9. So you now know. On this site, I can pay what? What did the estate agent say she wants? 10 million. Can you see how far apart you are? And then you know what you say. I have done the calculation. We are far apart. I can only, now remember what you do when you are offering, when you are making an offer. Don't go and make an offer for 4 million or 3.9. Let it not be, a rounded off number. Because if you do a rounded off number, they know that, you know what, you've just picked this number. So you then go, we said 3.9, right? That's the maximum that you can pay. So you then go and say, you know what? I'm going to offer you 3,750,820. You know what she's going to ask you? How did you get that? Residual land valuation technique or methodology. They think you are too educated. You understand these things more than them. And then you know what they say? What was your number? 3,750,200. No, why don't we just round it off? Let's just make it 3.8 million. What was your number? And what are you now offering? 3.8. So you say, okay, 3.8, let's sign the deal. So that's how, when you get a zoning certificate, that's how you do that calculation. And once you get that, remember that number, we're basing that number on what? On 130 units. Right, and then you go to your architect, and he tries and he says to you, you know what? I'll be able to get you 145 units. What will be your price per unit? Remember, you've already offered a price, right? 3.8 now divided by 145, what are you offering? 27,000. It's no longer 30,000, it's now what? 27. So the more you start to build or to gain these efficiencies, all what it does is it starts reducing your price. You are now scoring. So when you go on the worst case. You don't want to go on the base case, and then later you realize that, no, I can only do, let's say you had offered for 164, and then later your architect says you can only do 130. So what happens? You have overpaid. And this is why it's important to do, things like geotechnical report. It's very important because it tells you, the soil conditions. There's, if a number of you might know Protea North. Very much dolomite. There's a site that we looked at there. We thought, the lady thought she was going to do 200 units, paid for affordable units, paid 60,000 rand per opportunity with the hope that she'll do 200 units. When they did the geotech and dolomitic study, they found that they could not develop part of the land. The best that they could get was 105 units. But already she has signed what? An OTP for 200. And then it just makes, and you know what then happens is that our professionals, they start to tell you that, no, we can only pay you 5% of the total, the fees. So you need to do this sort of calculation. And how long did it take us? 4 minutes. So that's your back of the cigarette calculation of getting to your value. And this is when you get what? A zoning certificate. So this is what you get. You get a zoning certificate. So when you submit your quick scan B to the SHRA, they want to see your zoning certificate. And they're going to look at the zoning certificate, and they'll see that your zoning certificate says 0.5 parking bays per dwelling unit. And you have got 130 units. Right? What would they expect to see the number of parking bays? 65. And you now have you now have 50. Which means you have not what? Complied. Say, how is it? How are you? Good. How is it going? It's going fine. Are we good? Thank you. Yes. Yes, sir. Yeah. It's actually separate. Remember, this is basically for your greenfield project, for your virgin land. Remember, with your brownfield, you have got an existing structure. So that existing structure, it means that you are not starting from the ground. So your cost of development between a greenfield and a brownfield are not going to be the same. Hence, you find that your land cost versus your acquisition cost for an existing building, your acquisition cost will be higher. Now, if you ask me, what should the number be on a brownfield, it depends. And it depends also with how, with the height. Are you going to do 10 floors? Are you going to do 4 floors and all that? But typically, the method that I've been giving you is for greenfield, and that's how you check if you are not overpaying for the land. What you then do when it comes to brownfield is you do what is called a residual land evaluation. But we are not going to go into that. In essence, residual land is, or residual building is when you work back to say, how much should I pay for this building? So you say, these are the rentals that I'm going to get. This is the value of the building. And this is the cost to do the construction. Your construction costs, your professional fees, your contingents and all that. So you include that. But remember, you haven't got one thing, the cost of the acquisition. So the difference between the two becomes what you can pay for the structure. Is it clear? Sorry? Now, I've got a residual land thing. I can send it to you. It's easy. You just populate and put, but I mean, we are not doing a residual land. I do that with the students. No, you are delegates. No, what I'm going to do is I'll send it to Dudu. It's a residual building calculation, right? You have seen how we do for Greenfield. I'll send you one that you do for existing structure. And, you know, it depends. What is your construction cost per square meter? So you need to get your construction cost. How much are you going, how much is that? What profit, right, are you going to allow for that? Because that will then determine how much you can pay for the building. And I'll send it to John, and he can email it to you. You are getting it for free, despite that it's my intellectual capital or UCT intellectual capital. But because you have attended FSRA, you can get it. Yes. Yes, so now, remember what we've done is when you do this whole calculation, you might even, remember we've allowed for that efficiency, which is your, you know, your staircases and all that. What the architect will do in that whole planning, right, he might say, or she might say, I'm going to allow 300 square meters of play area. And decide where that play area is going to be. You know, in some cases, it might be on the ground floor, or in other cases, it might be right on the top floor. So with top floor, it's just, you know, there's nothing there, which you can utilize as a play area. But the architects will do that. They will allow a play area. Remember what we have said, that the building should be what? Socially possible. So in terms of that, when they are now designing, remember what we have done. This is just a rough calculation that we've done. It's just a quick calculation. A quick calculation that can inform us that we are not being ripped off. Because, and there's one thing, when you make an offer to purchase, or when you sign an OTP, you know what the agent is going to tell you? There are 3 other people who are looking at this. They all tell you that. So you need to be quick. And then you know what? When they tell you that 4 other people are looking at this, what you they say, okay, so, you know, it was nice to meet for coffee. I won't put my offer because, I mean, you've got 4 other people already. And then you know what your answer is going to be? No, you know what? You need to put your offer. We'll take it to the seller. Because there are no 4 other people. You are the 4 people.
I would like to ask, what is the minimum units per project SHRA accepts?
You know, there's no minimum, right? But You know what you need to do? Let me tell you this. The time that you spend to develop 100 units is the same time and effort that you are going to spend to develop 800 units. The time that you are going to spend to develop 20 units is the same time that you are going to spend to develop 800 units. So you need to make a call. And you know what will happen? When you start with, pick your number. What number would you think would make you happy? 300. Okay. 300 is a decent number. But remember, after you've done 300, do you know what you'll be telling yourself? I wish I'd done 500. And when we have done 500, you know what you'll be saying? I wish I'd done 800. Yes, sir.
Question over here, Henry.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gif Sibilwane from Sibilwane Property Group. I just wanted to ask, how do you determine the time frame to finish the project?
Okay, another good question. Remember what we have said. You need to have a professional team, right? So your professional team will do what is called a program. They'll do a program to say the project is going to start. There are certain milestones that it's going to start, and it's going to take 12 months, 16 months. And they'll give a program, and they do something that is called a Gantt chart and all those things. So your professional team will then say, this is how long it's going to take. And that program takes into account, you know, your rain and all those things. But also, remember, this is post-approval from the SHRA. It's when now you can now, what? Go on site. When you start, after you have got your approval, you are now going to start with your site establishment. So it's your professional team that will guide you. That's why it's important to make sure that you have got the right professional team, and they'll give you a program, and the SHRA would want to see that program. And if you are going to deviate, they need to know what's happening. Why are you not finishing this project? Why is this project taking too long? And one thing that we also, you see, one of the things is with our contractors, the SHRA always requires that you need to have a contractor, a contractor with CIDB grading. Preferably women, right, who can build this. So, you know, when you get a CIDB grading of 9, it means, you know, that's the highest. So that is not only one being capable to deliver the project, but also having the financial resources to carry the project. And you don't want a contractor that will come to you on day one and says, can you borrow me so that I can go and buy some cement and bricks? And that's CIDB grading of 9. You don't want that. Because remember, they need to have that cash flow to carry a project, because they are going to be paid on what you call project drawdowns. You know, they are not going to be paid on day one. So if your construction cost is going to be 250 million, you are not going to get that 250 million on day one. Imagine if you got it on day one, where would the contractor be now? Bahamas, here we come. Seychelles. I'm building an island.
Thanks, Brian. Maybe just to, if you don't mind, just to assist on the question that was raised by the lady earlier. So she raised the issue relating to the play area, yes, and all sorts of things, how those are being identified, and obviously they have to We need to always remember, this is about prioritizing housing. So if you have an opportunity that provides a 4,000 square meter extent of a stand or property, your priority is to work out those two essential things, housing and parking. They must be able to draw, or you must be able to determine revenue out of those, or a yield. Then, with regards to related amenities, because I think this is drawn from our session that we had last week with Javi, it's good. However, what we've also learned is the fact that those can only be provided in the event of that you have satisfied the priority or the primary objectives first. I mentioned the architect to provide information relating to what can be provided, whether on the roof or anywhere else. That we refer to it as an area schedule that the architects will provide. So with the area schedule, that's where us as developers, we then make a determination that have we satisfied the primary objectives first before we can even entertain those amenities. We hate unused spaces as developers. As we were having lunch on that side, we were looking at the balcony and it was empty, and I was dreading saying, gee, I'm not going to draw any profit from that space. So that's how we rationalize amenities and anything else that is related. And then with regards to the program that he just mentioned to your question just now, there are two stages of programming. This particular stage, where we are now, Braher is only giving us the first wave of how we work it out from the back of a cigarette box. You will realize that later on, as program or project managers, we provide also a program that relates to the project enablement stage before we can even get to the construction or post the financial closeout. I thought maybe let me just emphasize that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Number of units and considering like what you need to get out of the housing, right? But it comes to a point also, if you're building a social house next to me, you're giving people who are going to move in more facility than what I built. Do you think those tenants will be attractive to come to live to my social housing, or they're going to move next door? If I may ask.
And Brian, hence I keep saying, forgive me, but if you don't mind, if I can just assist on that one. And this is what I feared, that it may end up being this type of a session. But if you don't mind, can I allow Braheri to be the one to respond going forward? Maybe during tea break, we can then discuss on the sidebar, but let me allow him to run with it. Thank you.
Your question was with the play area. Or these additional facilities. Yeah. Yes, because remember what you have said. Remember the highest and best use that I've given you, those 5 points. The last point is what? Socially possible. So for this to be socially possible, what are some of the ingredients we want to be able to provide? Play areas. You don't want this place to look like a prison or to look like an office block or to look like FNB. Sorry if there's anyone from FNB. I've said super block, Standard Bank. So you also want to attract tenants. So remember, a number of the social housing projects, the bigger projects that are being developed, if you look at them, they've got a crèche. They've got these facilities. So you need to be able to provide these facilities so that you can attract what? Your tenants. And become socially possible or socially viable. Yes. So you want to have those amenities, you want to have those other social elements so that they make your product what? Attractive. What are we selling here? Remember this is an asset, right? And that asset must be what? An attractive asset. You need to be able to attract people. Although, it's those people in that bracket that you want to be able to attract. So that they come to your development. They look at your development and say, I'm going to stay here as long as I can. And this is what you are providing, what I call good, affordable, small home.
Okay, another question here. Just going deeper to his question, I do have a program here, but I just want to know how do they come up to these figures, like to have a program that will inform them. You have to submit this project at this time, and whatever that will, the calculation is like the breakdown. I need to understand how are they sure to submit this, that this is the time that I'm going to submit this, and then how do they work it out, the amount, all those technical issues.
Remember what you have said. When you appoint your professional team, one of the key parameters or the key ingredients is that you want a professional team that is what? Qualified and experienced. So, and remember, experienced in what? In social housing. It could be affordable housing. So because they've worked through this, they've gone through a number of these projects, and they know that when we start, right, once the approvals have been done, when we start, a project of this nature is going to take us 18 months, or it's going to take us 16 months. And they will have milestones to say, on this date, I actually don't have a program with me. Yeah. Yes. So this is a program, right? So they come up with that program. And if you look at that program, it has got certain milestones that have got to be achieved. It will have site establishment. And I mean, it will say site establishment, that's going to take us 2 days. Right? And then we start with the construction. We start with this. And it has got different milestones and timelines. So they have to follow that timelines. So your professional team, your QS, or your project manager will put that program together. He has been working on this. You should have, if he can't put that program together, you've got a wrong team. Okay, we need to move. All right, so we understand what, now, so we've looked at this. This is how, how you do your project. So you've got your development cost. You've got your land, you've got your preliminary and general cost, you've got your construction work, you've got bulk services, professional fees, contingents, NHBRC, bond raising, capitalized interest, general costs, VAT. Now, can you see this project? There is VAT. Why is there VAT? This is residential. So your VAT becomes part of your development cost. So when you do a residential, a rental, you need to include VAT. And the reason for that is that you cannot claim VAT on residential rental. If you are renting a flat, if you check your invoice, there's no VAT. So because you're not going to claim VAT, that your cost should include what? Your VAT. There are some developers who have done residential, rental, they've gone to claim VAT, And 2 years later, the receivers come back. And they wanted the VAT back. Because your residential rentals, you cannot claim VAT. That's why your total cost should include VAT. And can you see that development cost? We said it's 60 million. Now, for you to get your price per unit or your development cost per unit, all what you do is you take your total development cost by the number of units that you're going to do, and you get your price per unit or your development cost per unit. Happy? Are we all okay that side? Development cost per unit. Yeah, so it's the total development cost divided by the number of units.
Good afternoon again, sir. It's Natasha here. Just a quick question. Don't know if probably I'm ahead of myself just on the VAT issue. You just hit a nerve a little bit, making me nervous there. As a social housing institute, let's say, because we have to be an NPO, a non-profit, and we are being charged VAT when the development cost happens, and when we buy materials and whatever else that we do, why can't we then claim, if we are a non-profit, why can't we claim back that VAT?
Remember that your VAT is part of your cost. And it's part of your cost. So when you are financing this, you are going to finance this. Shra is financing this with VAT. So you are not claiming. If this was a commercial project, you were going to claim that VAT back. There will be a VAT minus because we're going to claim that VAT back.
But I've got my 20%, which is my equity, and the 10%, which is my debt. Do I need to claim just on that?
No. I think so. Remember, your total development cost. It's there. Maybe let's go and then we can touch.
On that tomorrow.
Yeah, we are going to touch on that, but you also see the funding structure. Okay, so basically, your primary target market and the amounts. Now, remember, these are the rental bands. These are the new rental bands. So primary target market average 725 rental. So that's income band 1, income band 2. That's the average rental. Secondary income band 1, income band 2, income band 3. Those are the rentals. So if you take your average, if you take the average of this, it gives you 3,470. So your average rental is 3,470 plus or minus there. Sorry? Average, yeah. No, average of where there's 2 beds or this, but remember it's average of this. Average of this. Average of your rentals. So in that rental band, you might have 1 bed, you might have studio, you might have 2 beds, you might have and this is just a quick way of valuing property using income capitalization. So basically, you take your rental income. Remember that rental income in those different bands? That's your rental income. That's your total rental income. Remember what we said? We need to allow for vacancy. Why do we allow for vacancy again? Because there's going to be a movement. People are going to move what? In and out. So that's why we've allowed for vacancy. And then we need to allow for the operating cost, your maintenance, your security, your property management fees, your rates and taxes, your director salaries, but not to buy a Range Rover. Right. So if you look at that, your operating cost, for SHI, your average now, should be about 1,650 for SHIs. For ODAs, it's about 1,300. So I just used, I used 1,000, I used 1,350, but if it's an SHI, it should be about 1,600, your operating cost. So you deduct that operating cost, you get your monthly rental. Remember this monthly rental? Remember what we said? Everything that we do in terms of calculations, we need to multiply, if it's monthly, we need to multiply by what? By 12. So that everything is annualized. And this is why we have annualized this, and we capitalize this by what is called a capitalization rate or cap rate, which gives you a value of 25 million. Now, there's something wrong here. We said this project is worth what? We said we are spending how much? 60 million. And on completion is now worth 25 million. How can that be? Anyone? We are spending, right? Remember, we are spending how much? What's the cost of this? 60. And then we are now valuing this property. We are now valuing this property. And we are saying this property is worth 25 million at the end. So if we are going to sell this, we are going to sell this at 25. So why are we in this business? Why are we even here? Shouldn't we be playing golf now? Or be cooking? Anyone?
Based on the actual income, the operational income, the properties generated.
Yes, good. The reason why we've got a dichotomy, why we've got this discrepancy, is because, remember those rentals? These rentals are not market related. I mean, can you get a flat where you pay 725? So remember, these are subsidized rentals. But what is the cost of a brick? The cost of brick is what? Regardless. Whether you're doing an affordable housing or you are doing a social housing, your bag of cement is what? Is the same. That's why that cost is 60. Right? And because you are not charging market-related rental, this is why we have got this discrepancy, this dichotomy. And that dichotomy is because you now receive this CCG of 328,687. Are we together? Anyone that's going? I'm just checking. Remember I told you that later on I'm going to tell you how you can make money in property without equity if you don't sleep in this session. So let's keep awake. Okay, so what are we saying? So what we are saying is if you are an SHI, remember we said you are not required to contribute equity. So your CCG, excuse me, is 328,000 multiplied by what? This is what you get from SHRA. And what is the balance? Loan. You go to your DFI or you go to your bank. If you're an SSI. Now, see the difference. If you're an ODA, what is the ODA required to do? Contribute 20%. CCG is the same. Whether you're an ODA or an SHI, you still have to pay what? So this 328,687 is applicable to ODAs and SHI. regardless. Now, can you see what the debt for an ODA is? 9%. And you have seen what the debt for an SHI is? 29. Because the SHI is not contributing what? 20% equity. So that's your total development cost. And that is the funding structure. And over and above that, you can get your funding linked to, so basically, it can be a 15-year or 20-year funding. So we are talking of the debt this time. That debt for an ODA and for an SHI. It can be over 15 years or 20 years. It can be prime linked, or it can be JIBA linked. So when you get funding from the banks, they either use JIBA, which is Johannesburg interbank average rate, or they use prime. Prime overdraft rate is currently 10.75. And there are bond fees, there's capitalized interest, they register a bond, there's also cession of rentals, cession of insurance, and sometimes they ask you to sign what is called cash flow shortfall undertaking. So in other words, if there's going to be any cash flow shortfall, you need to chip in. Remember when we were talking about that debt service cover ratio, remember that debt service cover ratio of 1.3. Now, if you cannot meet that, and you now have a cash flow shortfall, it means that you need now to inject money into that project. And this is why it is important to maintain that debt service cover ratio. Yes?
At that point, there was a discussion earlier about why a lot of SHIs can't raise money. Can you go back to that slide? Can anyone tell us why Henry, so the next one, the funding structure? Next one. Next one. Okay, you've gone too far back. But did you notice that in that slide, he said that the debt, no, the next one, the one with the 15 to 20-year loan.
Oh, okay.
Why do you think that's important? I think Goodman, you'd asked the question. You'd asked the question around, but I think you were discussing around why the banks, why so many SHIs aren't able to raise debt. What do you think is important about that 15 to 20 year? Do we agree that normally your big fives, Nedbank, ABSA, FNB, your loans are 10 years? So, and then that talks to what Henry was talking about, the debt service cover ratio. If you're an SHI and you're not putting in any equity, the debt service cover ratio won't work over a 10-year term. So that's why often the SHIs are forced to go to the development banks, DBSA, NHFC, because they offer, GPF, they offer these 15 to 20-year loans. And that's a gap or a problem in the market. I don't know if that answers your question.
This just tells you what's happening with the interest rate environment. And what's happening with the interest rate environment? What's happening with interest rates? They're going up, isn't it? Huh? Yes. So the interest rates, remember, whether an SHI or an ODA, you are still going to borrow money. And you are going to be charged, either prime or JIBA. So the interest rates are likely to continue on this upward trajectory. So we need to take cognizance of that. And I always love this. When it comes to borrowing money, it's like a wedding. We are all what? Smiling, happy days. But when it comes to repayment, it's like a funeral. Now, are we, is there? Coffee. Is there tea? I just want us to take a 10 minutes break or 5 minutes break. A smoke break if there are smokers. A 5 minutes break. And then when we come, we are going to talk about construction. what do the people need? A court order, right? You need to show them that you have got a court order to evict them. You know, the PI Act, Prevention of Illegal Eviction. You can't evict me. You have got to arrange alternative accommodation for me. And you know, if I am staying in Tembisa and have occupied your land, you need to arrange alternative accommodation for me. And by the way, in Morningside. So these are some of the challenges for those that are involved in the inner city, building hijacking. Very common. Properties are being hijacked. And I've got a friend who had a building in town. It was hijacked. It took him 4 years to get the building back. And remember what's happening with his bond. He still has to what? To service that bond. And unfortunately, he was told, he then won in court, and he was told by the people that had hijacked his building, you know, yes, you might have won, but there are no winners in the grave. And he was told this is not an idle threat. This is going to happen, and sadly, he died. So these are some of the challenges or some of the risks that we face. Especially, you know, I'm involved a lot with the TAF. I mean, a lot of building hijacking, very common. Expropriation of land. Property risk, the rise of construction mafia. Remember, we spoke about this. Construction mafias. You are lucky that they have not come to your project. So it's people that come and claim to be part of the project, or you need to give them a slice of the action. Yes, sir. Yes. Number 3, expropriation. Expropriation of land without compensation. Willing buyer, willing seller. I'm just saying there has to be, yeah. Willing buyer, willing seller. So if you want to buy my land, I expect you to pay for it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not expecting, if you are going to expropriate it, you need to give me what?
Can I also give him?
Yeah, I understand that. I don't want us to go into a political debate. It's just a thing that we are confronted with, that there is a expropriation of land without compensation, and this is happening. And this is also what? Please. Yes, under land claim. So there are a number of risks. Yes.
Thank you, Henry. On the risk, I'm hearing you saying you have to get the risk, who are these perpetrators, the Zamazamas, you have to get them an alternative accommodation. And somehow I heard that it's not you, but you have to cite to the municipality to get that. So I'm looking for an act that is protecting whether the developer or the landlord against the, whether are the tenants or the people who wants to invade. What act is that? Because we are becoming victims.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, all what you have to do is to go to court. And remember, there's also an act called the PI Act, which says you cannot evict somebody without providing accommodation. So if you want to evict me, you need to what? To provide accommodation. So this is where we are then first. So, and also you can't just evict me without a court order. No, remember that that's why we're saying it's a risk. It's you so you need to take cognizance of this. That when you are going to do a development, be it a greenfield development, you might be confronted with some of this. And how do you mitigate that risk? Because the moment when I then come and occupy your land, you can't just take me out. You need to what? To arrange. Firstly, you need to come with a court order. Otherwise, I'm not going to move. That's what the PI Act says. You can't just evict me. And you know what people have been doing? They've been using this as a way of making money. So if you want to evict me, let's go into an arrangement. Pay me X amount, and I'll walk away. Yes, sir.
When they occupy, you don't give them a period. The more you give them a period, then you have the prime act kicks in.
That's why it's important that you need to have to secure. Remember, if you go to a funder now, he's going to look at all these things. How have you addressed this? How have you addressed this risk? How have you addressed the problem that your land is going to be invaded, is going to be hijacked, that somebody is going to come and occupy that land? And before they approve your loan, they want to see how you mitigate that, how you manage this potential risk associated with the developments. And then we did speak about the construction mafia, which again is a big issue. We spoke about this project that WBHO was doing in Durban. And then also another risk now is load shedding. We are going to develop, so that's why you need to be looking now at your green solar and alternative energy. There's this video that you can get on YouTube, or the rise of the construction mafia. It does discuss what's happening in the construction industry, what the construction mafias have been doing. And sadly, this can delay your project. And that can put you out of pocket if you don't manage this properly. The last thing that I need to discuss, and I call this the lifeblood of property development, and that is property management. Can I just finish this and then we go into questions? Otherwise, we are not going to finish on time. So property management is what I call the lifeblood of property development. If you are not going to manage your property judiciously or properly, you're going to end up with problems. Tenants are not going to pay. You're going to end up with problems. So it's important for you to be able to manage your property. And a lot of people always say, I can do this myself. Right? Remember, there are systems in place that you need to develop. They've got this MDA system. Right? There's rental collection, there's the leasing, there's all that. And a number of people will say, you know what? And if you look at property management, I mean, there isn't really a lot of money that is derived because it's a percentage of what you collect. And what are some of those aspects of property management? You've got the leasing, you've got the maintenance, and You know, all these things go hand in hand. If you are not able to lease your building, what happens? High vacancies. And high vacancies result in what? Loss of income. And more importantly, not being able to service your debt. Then maintenance. If you don't maintain your building, tenants won't pay. Tenants are going to walk out. And you know what will happen? If you look at the number of buildings that have been hijacked, it's because there was no maintenance. People were not maintaining those buildings. And this is why people see an opportunity and then hijack the building. Budget and financial control. You need to be sending out those rental statements right on time. You need to, on that leasing as well, it's very important to go through the leases with your tenants. And tenant management, when it comes to social housing, cannot be overemphasized. If we don't do your tenant management properly, you're going to have problems. So the leases, remember a typical lease will have an escalation clause. And rentals will what? Will escalate. Now, you need to tell your tenants that there's going to be an escalation. And do they understand why there's an escalation? So you need to explain. You know, your cost of living. 100 rand today is not going to be 100 rand next year. Things are going to change. And this is why you need what? The escalation. And this, you know, remember every year, people get what? Increases. Increase in salary. What is that increase supposed to do? Cost of living. So that we are not left in deficit. And this is why you need to be able now to have your budgetary controls and your financial controls. You need to explain why we've got an escalation clause. You know, there are some leases that says rentals will escalate at 4% or will escalate at inflation. But what you normally have with the residential rentals, your residential rentals by and large are valid for a year. So it's valid for a year, and after a year, either the lease is renewed or it's on a month-to-month basis. And also make sure that each tenant has got a lease agreement. Because when there's going to be any dispute between you and the tenant, and you don't have a lease agreement, you're going to struggle to enforce your rights. So that all falls within budgetary control. The administration and rental collection. You need to be able to collect that rental. And you know, I always get some landlords that say we need to incentivize our tenants. If they pay on the first of the month, we need to incentivize them. Why do we need to incentivize them? Why do we need to motivate them? But they need to pay their rental. There's, I mean, yes. Because all what we are saying, you know what, we need to give you some extra money for you to be able to what? To pay your rent on time. Whereas when you were sending your rental, it was explained to you that you need to pay your rentals on or before the first of every month, not the 7th. I don't think that there's a list which says you need to pay on or before the 7th. It says on or before the first of the month. You know, that 7th was just, you know, it's just a leeway where we then say, okay, all right, let's give you, you know, a leeway so that you can pay by what? By the 7th. But ideally, your rentals are payable on the 1st or before the first of the month, and in advance. So we cannot emphasize, we cannot undermine or understate the importance of property management. This is the engine for property development. That's the cornerstone, that's the hallmark, that's the essence, that's the ethos of the whole property development process. If we can't get this right, then we will never be able to manage our properties. You know, development is interesting. Yes, once you have done that, once you have got that, this is what makes your asset work or not work. So it's important for you to be able to manage this. Remember, we did speak about the property development process. Can I just finish and then we go into questions? So this is the SHRA property development process. And tomorrow, we are going to go into this. You know, this is the vuvuzela that the SHRA uses. Right? These are the processes. And if you look at this process, if you look at that process, this is it. Yeah. So you need to understand these processes, especially if you are going to be signing an OTP. If you are going to be signing an offer to purchase, you need to understand the processes. These are the processes that you have got to go through. And this, in its entirety, can take a minimum of 6 months. So when you sign your OTP, you need to take those timelines into cognizance. You need to be able to understand how long the SHRA is going to take to approve your project. And who said it's easy? And in conclusion, I just want to show you this. I need you to look at this. So this is the process that we go through with the SHRA. When we apply, you know, when we go through all those various committees, what is required, right? It takes effort. It requires stamina. It requires tenacity, right? It requires strength. But there's one thing that we never do. We never give up. We keep on trying. And if we try, we shall succeed. So never give up, believe in yourself, and you will achieve greater success. Thank you for your time. This was Quick Scan B, understanding the technical viability of social housing project. Remember, starting with the site, right, going through all those steps to ensure that the site is ready. Remember those 7 key minimum investment criteria. So let's take some questions. Okay, just to remind you tomorrow, we are going to do Quick Scan C. It's about numbers. If you can bring your laptops. We're going to send you, there's a case study that we're going to send you. We're going to put you in groups, and you are going to try the case study that we're going to give you, how you complete the Quick Scan C. And we'll be talking about those key 5 financial performance indicators that the SHRA looks at to ensure that your project is financially viable.
Thanks, Prairie, and definitely quite a lovely animated fellow there. The message is quite clear and strong. So, when you were at that slide, when you were discussing risk or taking us through the risk aspects, the last one that you raised, load shedding, is actually the one that really poked my hand to really go up. And perhaps to add on to that same list that you intend to put forward to the executives at SHRA for their consideration. And this has been a worry for us, or for some of us who are already in suit with developments. Our ability as a country to generate power is a thorn. You know the drill. As part of the viability stage, when we ascertain the viability of an opportunity from the word go, the ability or the capacity of the municipality to provide, or ESCOM to provide power at a selected or preferred site or location of the site. So in the event of us not being able to supply power as a country, what comfort do we have, or what sort of guarantees can we have that our development, which some may wish to develop 300 units, some may go for even 3,000 or even 5,000 in a scenario of a mega project. So that's where my worry is embedded. So perhaps maybe it could be added onto that same concern that one may have upon signing an offer to purchase, that yes, SHRAM, it may take 6 months. Perhaps one of the options that others may consider, because we considered such, and it sort of works, although there's a bit of a cost to it, which is the introduction of an escalation factor. A guarantee may not necessarily be one aspect or one scenario that the seller may prefer, but an escalation they may consider. So it's a matter of how do we then factor that in the model later on, but that was just a thought. So the load shedding aspect, please, if you can raise that with SHRA, we'll appreciate that.
I think just also talking about the load shedding, if you look at some of the projects that are coming on stream, some of the developers are already looking at solar. Remember, Sense 1000 requires that you provide alternative energy to your project. And you need to be looking at that. And how do you factor that? And I've seen some of the developments that are coming on stream is they're also looking at things like solar so that they can alleviate these problems. And also, you know, one thing that other developers are doing is to make sure that in your project, you've got Wi-Fi. Right. You remember, people are now working from home. Do you recall, you know, at school, you did what is called the Maslow hierarchy of needs? Do you remember the Maslow hierarchy of needs? That triangle. You had the basic need. What is the basic need now? Wi-Fi, yes. So remember, it used to be food and shelter, right, as your basic need. Now, if you look at a refugee that goes to Europe or something, when they arrive, what is the first thing that they look for? Sorry? Wi-Fi. The first thing that they look for is Wi-Fi. So Wi-Fi, right, is no longer a luxury, but it has now become what? A necessity, a basic need. People are looking at ways of communicating. So communication has got the power. If you are able to communicate and communicate effectively with the other people and be step ahead, that helps you. So when you are developing, right, as architects, you need to be looking at what are the other things that I can add that can make my development attractive. Yes, Wi-Fi is one of them. Make sure that there's, you know, that plug and play DSTV. Fiber. So let's also be innovative. Let's also be looking. What is happening? What are the trends? What's going to happen in the next 10 years? You know, I still have, you remember the old LPs? I still have one, and I've got that, you know, yes. And time and again, I always play it, and my kids come and look, and what is this thing? But the music is still lovely. Still love it. Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Yes. Location. Okay, and is this, does this make some additional income from your?
It makes additional income because most studio units.
Okay.
Some of the studio units, non-contained units and self-contained in one bedrooms. So people that are looking for convenience, they come to our complex because now
you provide all those other, okay. Okay, all right. I think we've had enough. Let's, otherwise we might be.
Thanks. Just a quick one, Henry. Thanks for today's session. It was very eye-opening. Just, you know, each and every industry, it's got its own jargon. So I'm thinking here, with regards to the housing industry, on the leasing part of it, the management,
Yes.
yeah, there's that part of leasing.
Yes.
I just want to understand, say the use of the word month and 30 days. Does it mean the same on the lease? 30 days and a month?
It depends how your lease is actually phrased. When you say 30 days and a month, remember that a month can be 28 days, can be 31 days. So sometimes you need to be explicit, because the moment when you are a little bit of, when there is ambiguity, when there is some vagueness, you know, people can take advantage of that. Now you need to go to court. It's somebody has got to interpret this. So just try to be, you know, I mean, I don't know what your list says in terms of that. Because, you know, there are some months, this month is what, 28 days? And sometimes it's 29 days in Feb, 30 days and 31 days. Amanda? Calendar month. Okay. Yes, it depends from, yeah, yes, yeah.
Hi.
All right, that's a discussion for another day. Let's get.
I've got a question this side on your right-hand side, please.
Yes.
I just want to know, because I heard about when we apply and do everything on this housing. So who's doing the infrastructure? The bulk water, electricity, roads, stormwater and everything on that site. Where did we get the money to cover all those things? Thank
Okay,
you.
so what normally happens, if you are going to be doing, so your question relates to what we say the greenfield, that's virgin land, where, there's no bulk services. Yes. So what normally happens is that when you go and buy that land, now, are you buying that land without the infrastructure? Yes. If you are buying that land without the infrastructure, now somebody needs to provide that infrastructure. And the SHRA, in their approval process, you need to have what is called Section 82. Okay. And Section 82 is to make sure that those bulk services are in place. So you know what you need to do? You need to make it the onus of the seller to be able to have the bulk services in place and have that Section 82. Because you don't want to go there and start, getting involved in infrastructure. They need, because when you buy the land, it should be ready for development. Remember the project readiness. Once the project is ready, what you want to do? Get onto the ground and start developing. So it should be the onus of the developer to have the bulk services. And we have seen a lot of them wants to pass that responsibility to you. But the SHRA has made it abundantly clear, unequivocally clear, that the land should have what is called Section 82. Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to find out, with regards to stories, can you take a 2-story office block and convert that, or is a minimum amount?
No, no, that can be done. So also depending with the zoning and all that. So let's say you have got a 2-story in town. You can even add up to 10 stories, provided, it's within your zoning rights. So you can increase it, 4 stories, 5 stories, but remember that the moment when you go above 5, you now need a lift.
Or you can keep it 2 if you want.
If you keep 2, are you going to remember what we said? That we need to, those minimum requirements, is high density. So if you have 2, how many units are you going to have?
Multiple, I'm saying in a park, multiple office blocks.
Yeah, unless you have got, the SHRA would want you to basically go up and maximize the site.
Oh, Henry, why don't you throw it to the group? Let's see who was really paying attention, because you gave this answer earlier. Can anyone help him? So his question was, if you've got a 2-story office building and you've got multiple buildings there, can you convert that to social housing? Why? Restructuring zone, yes. What else? You're going in the right direction, yes. There's the last one. Henry did an example of that. No. The density.
High density.
The density calculation. Do you remember he did that calculation of the farm, which was 30 units a hectare? Then you need to take it to 100 and 120. So that's the calculation you would have to do. It must be at least, call it what, 80 and above?
80 and above,
80 and
yes.
above units a hectare. So the density is what would drive that decision.
Was asked earlier on the services, responsibility of services by the seller.
Yes.
Am I correct to say, if it's a greenfield project, the seller is only responsible for services to drop them at the perimeter of the site? Then what's inside, it has to be covered by...
Yes, very much so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, very much. So you find that in terms of your quick scan B, there's what is called internal services, which you are responsible for. But you know what these developers always try to do? They don't even want to bring those services, because remember, it's a cost. And this is why when you are going to buy, make sure, if you just say to them, the SHRA wants section 82, and you leave it there. And they know what section 82 is. No, no.
Henry, if I'm an SHI, right? And I'm on a panel of a municipality, and we have an agreement to do that they're gonna put in the land and I do the social housing. Can I still apply for that grant of packaging the project prior to PSC?
Yes, remember, provided, right? So what the SHRA will look at, they will look at your project, and they will say, how can we make your project come to fruition? Maybe there are things that needs to be done. Maybe you need to do a traffic study. You need to do a demand study. You need to do a few things, but you might not have the money, and you need somebody to package this, right? So that you can submit your quick scan B and C. So you then go to Dudu and John, and you talk to them, they analyze your project, and they say, look, I mean, this project is very close to coming to fruition. All what it needs is somebody, you know, an expert. They then appoint somebody who will then work with you and take you to the next level to ensure that the project is then approved by the SHRA.
So even if I'm on the municipal's panel, it's okay, it doesn't matter?
Whatever, as long as there's land, as long as there are agreements, as long as you are either an SHI or an ODA.
Okay, thanks.
And more importantly, the land is in a restructuring zone. Because they cannot go and start spending money on land that is not in a restructuring zone. That's wasteful expenditure. That's fine, that's fine. Okay, so tomorrow we are going to be doing some numbers. And you know, when you become younger for longer like me, you know, numbers start to run away from you. So you need the younger people to do it. So tomorrow it will be interesting. Bring your computers. We are going to have fun. We are going to enjoy it. And you are going to see this quick scan C. And when you leave, you will be asking yourself, let me do this quick scan C. People used to think that it's complicated. And after that, you know what? It will just be a walk in the park. So looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, bright and early, and let's enjoy the quick scan C. And then on Friday, it's going to be the ODA accreditation. And don't forget, we are still going to tell you how you can make money, how you can buy a property without equity. And come tomorrow, we are going to tell you tomorrow.